ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனாலதான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5. ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனாலதான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Welcome everyone. It is finals day here for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We are going to start with the women's semi-finals this morning. Kana Nakashio and Shino Matsuda will be the first heat in the water. My name's True Starling. I'm here in the booth with Dai Wako. Dai, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. It looks like we're going to have an amazing day of action. But before we roll into it, let's have a look at the last 4 days of surfing. It's been great so far. What an amazing last few days it has been of surfing, and we've got 6 heats left and we're straight into finals day. Dai, what's been your favourite part of the event so far?
Well, the waves are really good, and today we have better conditions, and I loved seeing a lot of great surfing last few days.
Yeah, absolutely. The surfing has been pretty incredible. Yesterday we saw some great surfing from pretty much all of our quarterfinalists. We have narrowed it down to the last 4 surfers in both the men's and the women's. Out there we have the first semi-final for the women's. Kana Nakashio in the red and Shino Matsuda is going to be in the blue. This heat will determine our first finalist, which is super exciting.
Super exciting heat. And for Kana Nakashio, she's from Chiba area, from in Japan, and she just won the last Q3000 event in Chiba.
Oh, wow.
And actually she won the Pro Junior event as well at the same event.
Wow, so she's coming off the back of 2 pretty solid wins.
Yes, and she's now coming 3rd place on the ranking, so this is gonna be very important heat for her to gain the point.
Yeah, absolutely. If she bows out now, she gets about 1,800 points, but she is going to want to be making it through to the final, that's for sure.
That is for sure, yes. And for the surfer blue, Shino Matsuda, she's coming on 15th on the ranking. So again, this is going to be very important for her to qualify for the Challenger Series for the next season.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting at least 1,800 points to 2,000 is pretty important. And they come into play, that's for sure. Well, it looks like we are having 35-minute heats as well for the semi-finals and the finals this morning. So we saw the swells around about the same size as yesterday. Maybe a little bit junkier this morning, but we're hoping that it's going to line up well throughout the day as well. We saw it yesterday after about 10 o'clock, 10:30ish. It started to get really good.
Yeah, for sure it's gonna get better and better through the day, especially towards the high tide. Definitely it's gonna get better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to start to pulse for finals day. That was Shino just ducking under that one, opting out. So she wants to start off her campaign well in this heat. You can see the girls, or the women I should say, there's a bit of a separation. Looks like we have a surfer paddling here. Kana Nakashio up and riding. Nice first carve to start for Kana, and she races this section, bring it back around to the power source, goes straight up in the lip for a second turn there and bringing it around again. So Kana, unfortunately goes down. So that was looking to be potentially a pretty good score up until that fall.
That would have been a decent score for the first ride for Kana Nakashio, but unfortunately the last section she couldn't make it out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Kana. Looks like we're going to have a look at the replay. Talk me through it, Guy.
I love the bottom turn that she did for the first turn. There's a long, deep bottom turn, and nice off the top for the second turn, and nice cutting back down, and she got stuck. Probably the backwash did something to her, but unfortunately she couldn't finish off.
Yeah, that was a shame there, because that first and those couple first maneuvers were really nice for Kana. I feel like regardless she'll still get a nice score to start her campaign off in the semi-finals. So that was a beautiful drone angle of that last wave for Kana, waiting on that score to lock in. Up next is the second semi-final, Sarah Wakita and Sumomo Sato. Sumomo taking out long-time friend Nanaho Suzuki in that last heat. That score locked in for Kana of 5. So decent score to start.
Wow, without finishing off the last time, she got 5.0. That's a decent score to start with.
Yeah, great way to start her campaign in this semi-final. She'll be feeling pretty happy.
Like you said, it's a little bit junkier condition compared to yesterday and the day before. So it's going to be really tough to find good waves, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of morning sickness out there this morning. I'm sure that, like yesterday, it'll clean up throughout the day. We saw it get pretty fun for the men's last 3 quarterfinals. Kian Martin in particular putting on a great show of surfing. So just under 28 minutes to go in this one. Talk to me about the surfers in the next heat as well, Sarah Wakita and Sumomo Sato.
So, actually, Sarah is... Here comes that live action from Shino. Nice first big spray, and trying to connecting the section through the horse rock, and now she's making it to the inside. And second, that was great. Unfortunately she got stuck too.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there for Shino. She had made that last turn. I think she would have been onto a nice score to start. Really like those first 2 turns from Shino Matsuda. What do you think, Dai?
Yeah, that first 2 turn still does a great turn from Shino, and here's a replay for the Surfer Blue. This first turn, I really love the first turn, and nicely connecting turns and right through the inside. I love the second turn as well, but she just couldn't finish off.
Yeah, we'll have a look at another angle of the drone, throwing buckets of spray off that first turn. Really solid connection there, and I love how she negotiated that section. Looked like she was going to get hung up, but she managed to stick with it, and then this was really unfortunate for Shino, just coming unstuck. 4.25 for that first turn. Sorry, for that first wave.
Well, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
for the
still a good start.
first wave.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Sarah is originally from Shonan area, which I grew up, but she spent some time in Hawaii. And Momo is from west side, not west side, but Shizuoka area, which is located in about 4 hours drive from Tokyo to the west. And I think she used to go Hawaii all the time as well.
Oh, wow.
They both have like Hawaii influence in
Yep.
surfing career.
Yeah, powerful back-footed surfing. We've seen Sumomo as well wearing long tights, like a long rashi to protect herself from the jellyfish out there, which is super smart.
Super smart.
So just about 25 minutes to go on this one. We're about 10 minutes down in the first heat of the day. First heat of finals day. We are going to finish the event today at this stage, but the waves have, for the last 3 days, they've really shown up as well. You know, we've seen it get better and better throughout the day, so hopefully we can see that happening as well for the last day of competition. So Kana Nakashio holding first priority. Has the best score of the heat so far, got the better of the first exchange with that 5, so that's going to be feeling pretty good for her. So just over 24 minutes to go.
I didn't realize until I went out for surfing, but this venue is really huge once you're in the water. So from the screen, looks like it's a really small venue. So it's just easy to paddle back out, but actually it's a long paddle back out. So that's why Shino hasn't got the priority situation yet.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually quite a big area. Yeah, it's a bit deceiving, isn't it, when you're
Yeah,
looking at it and you're like,
true.
oh, that's not too far to paddle out, and then
Once you're in the water, it's huge.
yeah, it's crazy. Well, 23 and a half minutes to go. Just one wave locked in for both Kana and Shino. Shino looking for a 0.76 at this stage to go up into the lead. Kana Nakashio getting the better of the first exchange with a 5. We've got about 23 minutes to go. 35 minute semi-finals and finals at this stage. Kana had a great quarterfinal against Rina Matsunaga. Moving on through to the semi-finals, and we can see her with a match up against Shino. So a bit of a sleepy start for Kana and Shino in this one. And while we have a bit of a break in the action here, we've got Jessie Starling down there with Ty Sarati. Jessie, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, Ty, happy finals day. We've had an unexpected increase in swell this morning. The waves look super fun. Talk us through the conditions, what we're going to see today.
Yeah, the swell's come up again from yesterday. It's a little bit messy now, but there's some really good waves out there. We're going to do the semis and then maybe go on hold over the high tide like we did yesterday and then run the finals.
Yeah, so talk me through what the call's been going on hold. You know, we spent the last few days on that dead high tide, spending a few hours on hold. Do you think we'll probably do something like that today, seeing as we saw the waves definitely get better as we waited?
Yeah, we'll just monitor it as the day goes on, but yeah, it kind of slows down a little bit on the dead high. So yeah, we'll just keep watching and see how it goes.
And there's been heaps of good feedback from the athletes. Everyone's absolutely loved being here. Is it too early to say that we could come back next year?
I really hope we come back next year. This place has been so great and all the athletes and the staff have had such a great trip. Hopefully we can come back again next year.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for your time. Yeah, we're looking forward to finals day, and thanks for everything this event. Back to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessie. So it looks like we're going to run all the way to the finals today, potentially even have a little bit of a break in between the semis and the finals, which I'm sure the athletes would maybe be pretty happy about, just to kind of gather their breath, gather some energy.
Absolutely, yes. That was a really good call, for yesterday, to hold on and wait for here comes the replay for the Shino. It's good looking first time and try to stick to the wave, and now she's at the front and goes to another one and connecting turn nicely, and can she finish it? Yes, she can. She finishes off nicely.
Yeah, wow, that was a really nice wave there from Sheena. We can see her making her way in. Looks like we've got a bit of a different angle here for that last wave. You can see she got a bit caught behind, but did well to get around it. So nice connection there for Sheena. Getting a little hung up, but recovers really nicely. She's taken this one so far down the beach, hence why she's probably made her way in to do a bit of a run around, save her arms. We are waiting on some scores to lock in. That last score locks in at a 5.9 for Shino. So best wave of the heat so far. So Shino will be hearing that as she makes her way back around and out into the lineup. She's got to negotiate a couple of those rocks there.
That's great ride from Shino Matsuda. And well, how would you decide if you want to paddle back out or come in and just run around?
I know. I think on a day like today, she got a wave that was pretty far down the beach, and that paddle back out, you're kind of paddling against the sweep as well. So maybe a run around is a better call, just to get yourself back up into position at the top of the point. So yeah, I think that was a good call from Shino, just making her way back around. It didn't take her long at all to get back up into that paddle out zone, and it's actually quite surprising. Like, you can walk most of the way out if you stick kind of close to the rocks there.
Yeah, exactly, true. It's really, still the tide is low, so probably she doesn't have to paddle too much by the rocks.
Absolutely. Well, Kana Nakashio, here's her requirement. She is chasing a 5.16 to go to first. But Kana, she's had the experience, so she's still a junior. You said she won that Pro Junior.
Yes, she's still junior, and she had this heat in Chiba, which she only surfed 2 waves in last 4 minutes, and she got through. So she has this experience. So I don't think her mental is she's still comfortable with the 18 minutes remaining.
Absolutely, yeah. She is composed. She's had the experience, as you said, Di. So a 5.16 is well within her repertoire. We saw her get some nice scores at the start of the event, and a really great heat yesterday or 2 days ago, I should say, for the quarterfinals. We will roll into the men's semi-finals after the completion of the women's, which that first semi-final we'll see Raiha Ono and Kian Martin, and then the second semi-final is going to be Katut Agus and Tenshi Iwami. So that's going to be a pretty solid 2 semi-finals there, Dai.
It's going to be exciting semi-finals for men as well. Looks like Raiha is really psyching to surf every heat. When I talk to him, he really loved this wave here in India.
Yeah, yesterday we saw him get through his quarterfinal, and he just looked solid, and he looked ready, and he looked really fired up.
I had a time to chat with him yesterday, and he said he sees everything. He know what to get. He know how to ride this wave, so he's really confident.
Wow, that's amazing. So good to hear. But he's coming up against Kian, who yesterday, Binzi was talking to him and he seemed pretty fired up as well. So I feel like that first semi-final, we could see some fireworks. Shino had a little paddle at that one, opts out. So yeah, that first semi-final could be, pretty exciting.
Yeah, the first heat is gonna be the good experience for Raiha as well, because the Kian, he's in the Challenger Series and he is experienced competitor, so it's gonna be a good matchup for sure.
Absolutely, and the same with Katut. He's on the Challenger Series. He's doing really well. He's loving his time here, and then Tenchi Iwami just seems like a bit of a dark horse. He's been progressing through heats, and he seems like he's really enjoying his time here. And is he still a junior as well?
He is still a junior,
Wow.
and actually Raiha and Tenshi they are a really good friend. They surf together all the time when they were young. So they are still young generation, so it's gonna be good experience for them to against the best of the QS rankers.
Absolutely. They're going to be an exciting 2 semi-finals to watch for the men coming up next. We've got about 15 minutes left in the first semi-final, the first heat to start off finals day here. Shino Matsuda goes off to a lead with a 5.9 and a 4.25. Kana Nakashio open up with that 5. She's looking for a 5.16, a bit of a slower start for the women this morning. Nonetheless, the waves are still rolling through. A little bit junkier this morning, but a surprise increase in swell we saw when we got here today.
I didn't expect this swell rising up this morning.
Yeah, super exciting that there's a bit of swell. It's kind of one of those moments where we can't not send people out because the waves are so fun. You just be licking your lips out there.
Yeah.
Bit of separation between the girls. Looks like maybe Shino got a couple of jellyfish on her feet there, or she's just giving her body a bit of a stretch. We've got about 14 minutes to go. So Shino sitting a bit further down the point, maybe trying to pick up one on the priority.
Trying to get rid of the 4.25 and trying to get as many as she can. That's her plan for now, because Kana knows she needs 5.16, but I don't think she's looking for that particular score. She looking for the good waves and getting higher score to put pressure onto Shino.
Absolutely, yeah. She wants to better her 2-wave tally, I should say. And Kana, she's just patiently waiting out there. It looks like she's got not a stress in the world, just waiting for one to come through, and hopefully she can really open up on it. I mean, she's going to have to get the best wave of the heat best wave that she has so far. 5.16 is her requirement. She's only had the one wave, so waiting. Well, it looks like she knows what she's waiting for, and then Shino, as you said, just trying to better that 4.25 and apply the pressure.
Exactly. So here's a live action from Safa Blue Shino. Nice looking wave. Nice off the top for the first turn. Oh, she managed to get through the next session and she finishes off nicely.
Wow, really nice few turns there for Shino. Loved that first connection straight up and into it. She read that second section really nicely with that bit of a float and an airdrop. So it looks like we might have a bit of a look at the replay for that last wave of Shino. Really loved how she waited for this section to stand up and she connected well. You can see she just floated that, or just a bit of a speed float there, and then tags it again for that third turn. So we'll see what that looks in as. I really liked that wave from Shino.
Yes, it was a great wrecking wave and great ride from Shino Matsuda. I think she would better this backup score.
Yeah, I think so too. She got two nice connections on that wave, so we'll see what the judges think of it with 11 and a half minutes to go. So has Sheena and Kana done much, competing against each other over the years?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so. So they know each other, and they know, they both are capable of doing great surfing and getting scores. And now, well, just last wave from Shino, it was 6.75. She better her backup score now. Kana needs 7.65 and just under 11 minutes remaining.
Wow. So Sheena bettering that 4.25, getting the best wave of the heat so far with that 6.75.
True. Her plan is working out well so far.
Absolutely. Her plan is falling into place. Kana Nakashio needs to remain composed for the last 10.5 minutes, looking for that 7.65. So she's going to have to do the best surfing on probably one of the best waves. Here she is up and riding. Bit of a slower carve to start, but she's waiting for this one to stand up. What she got for us goes straight up, unfortunately coming unstuck for Kana. So that was really unfortunate there for the young surfer.
That was unfortunate. The just passing through the rock, there's an area that it's really hard to surf on. There's a wobbly and there's a lot of sweep. So it's gonna be the key to how they can manage through the turns from the area.
Absolutely, yeah, they need to negotiate that section past Horses Rock as it gets a little bit backwashy, it gets a little bit lumpy, and then once you get past it, that's when it starts to stand up.
Absolutely.
We saw yesterday. So that last wave of Kana, a 1.4, not going into her, really it's probably going to be a throwaway by the end of the heat. She's still chasing that 7.65. We've got just over 9 minutes to go. No priority has been established just yet. Probably both girls are still paddling out outside of the priority zone. So once either one of them paddle into that area, then they will be awarded first priority.
Even if it wasn't good wave for Kana, I think it was good call to just catch a wave so that she feels back again.
Yeah, absolutely, back on her feet, washing off the jelly legs maybe.
Yes, true, absolutely.
In a position where she can find a wave under Shino. We saw Shino sitting a little bit under Kana, picking up some of the mid-sized ones, whereas maybe Kana can just get to her feet, drop a 6, and then the requirement becomes a little bit smaller. But we'll see what happens. You can see like some really nice lines coming through the lineup here. As we said, we did see a surprising increase in swell this morning. We were all very happy when we showed up. So all the surfers will be stoked to have finals day. Yesterday was a great day of surfing for the last 2 quarterfinals for the women, and then the completion of the men's quarterfinals. Looks like we got Shino up and riding. That wave just spinning to start off with. Nice solid connection there, riding out, but just one turn for Shino.
It was a big one turn, just one turn. So I don't think it's gonna be her top 2 scores.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, locks in at a 4.1, doesn't go into a top 2, but still a really nice score for just one turn.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at the replay here, Di.
Here's the replay for blue. How's that spit? Nice bottom turn and big vertical off the top. That was a great surfing from Shino to that. Unfortunately, she only put one turn in, but still she earns 4.10 for just one turn. That was great surfing.
Yeah, really great surfing for Shino. So Kana now has priority with just under 7 minutes to go, looking for that 7.65. Kana has been putting on a great display of surfing, especially on her forehand. Those forehand carves have been looking really sharp. So hopefully she can, link one together.
Yeah, I love to see that one.
Yeah, come back in the heat. Looks like Sarah Wakita and Sumomo Sato coming up next. Sumomo, correct me if I'm wrong, Dai, she had a heat with Nanaho, childhood friend yesterday.
Yes, they were growing up together since they were baby,
Wow.
and that was actually the first matchup with against each other yesterday.
Their first ever matchup.
Yes.
Wow. It would be probably a bittersweet moment for both Sumomo and Nanaho. You know, Sumomo happy she's getting it through, but sad that she's knocked out her friend.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
then the same for Nanaho.
Mr. Momo said she tried not to think about this is the first match of the childhood,
Yeah.
but still something it was something is in her mind through the heat, but she managed to focus just on heat,
Yeah.
and she got through.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, isn't it? It's hard coming up against your friends or even siblings, like we saw Roy and his brother Taki Kanazawa. Coming down to 5 minutes to go in this one. Kana still holds that first priority. We can see her paddling just out the front of Horses Rock there. Looks like Kana needing a 7.65 and Shino a little bit further down the point. So still a bit of separation, so hopefully a wave comes through for Kana where she can open up on it.
Just under 5 minutes remaining. Still, there's a time, and still there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for Kana. So, love to see that one coming, and I love to see her performance.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been finding that, you know, that little bit of extra gear, I guess, in her last few heats. So, you know, coming from behind is never necessarily a bad thing. 7.65, it's a solid score, but on days like today, it's something that you can get quite easily if you know, complete your waves and do some really good surfing on it.
Absolutely, they know they are capable of getting like 7s and 8s, so they're not in a hurry. They're just waiting for the right ones, and it just depends on the ocean if it can provide the opportunities.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the hardest things about surfing and competing is relying
Exactly.
on something that you can't control. You know, you don't know if there's going to be a wave or not. You just have to hope.
The wave comes to you.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like a little lump coming through. Any takers? Not really. So the women getting a little bit closer. Shino probably wanting to apply that pressure with about 3.5 minutes to go. And yet Kana is going to be praying to the wave gods right now, hoping that one comes through.
Absolutely. Oh, well, this is a stressful moment right now for actually both of surfers. Just over 3 minutes remaining, and Kana needs 7.65, just waiting for the right ones coming through.
Yeah, waiting for that wave with 3 minutes. This heat will determine our first finalist for the women. Either Shino Matsuda or Kana Nakashio. Up next we do have our second semi-final, Sarah Wakita and Sumomo Sato. So they will join the winner of this heat. At this stage it is Shino Matsuda. And Shino's backhand has been looking really strong throughout the
Working
event.
sharp and powerful backhand. That's exactly she was known for, so we'll love to see that coming.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw in her first round of 16, she dropped an 8.5 on one of her waves, and that was just epic surfing. So hopefully she can bring something like that to the table towards the back end of this heat, and, you know, pending if she makes it into the finals, in the final as well.
Absolutely. Just over 2 minutes remaining.
Wow, so Kana Nakashio is in a good position, holds first priority, but she's looking for a 7.65, so she's really going to need to, you know, put a couple of solid connections on a decent wave out there, and then she's going to want to hope that there's not one behind it that Shino can get on an answer back. So just over 90 seconds to go. Kana just patiently waiting for a wave to come through. Shino hoping that one doesn't.
2.
So coming down to 1 minute remaining.
I like how Shino managed to paddle out the back so that Kana can follow her. I think that's Shino's strategy right now.
Yeah, that was really smart from Shino. There's 45 seconds to go. Will Kana get another opportunity? We have absolutely no idea right yet. But
Just hoping that just one wave just coming through and just give her one last opportunity. Just under 30 seconds remaining.
she's been really patient in this heat as well, only catching 2 waves as opposed to Shino's 4. Here she goes, Kana up and riding. She's looking for a 7.65. Nice first carve to start. She's going to want to hope this one stands up a little bit, carves it back to the power source again. She's chasing a 7.65. She knows what she needs. This one looks like it might just stand up for her. She puts it up there for a finish. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that completing maneuver. So it looks like Shino Matsuda will be moving on through to the finals, Dai.
That was unfortunate for Kana Nakashio. It was not a big wave, but still good looking wave. So
yeah, really solid surfing throughout the whole event for Kana. That was really unfortunate on that last wave, especially on that last turn, coming unstuck. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the second semi-final of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is the second of our women's semi-finals. We just saw newly minted Olympian Shino Matsuda qualify for the final, taking care of her compatriot Kano Nakashio. And in the water right now, Sarah Wakita and Sumomo Sato. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, True Starling. And what did you make of that first heat?
Yeah, it was a great heat to start off finals day, Chris. Shino just staying busy under priority. She got a 5.9 and then she backed it up with a 6.75 nice and quickly, and actually getting that one under Kana's priority there. And Kana only really getting 2 waves, which was unfortunate. It went a little bit slow towards the back end of that heat, so no real other opportunities. But it was a pretty exciting heat to start off the first day, and this one in the water is going to be great as well.
Yeah, Sarah Wakita lives in Hawaii. Her dad is a North Shore legend, has been for years. Splits his time between Japan. The family splits their time between Japan and Hawaii. And Sarah Wakita's brother, Taichi Wakita, is also an incredible surfer in his own right. Sumomo Sato, she's a little powerhouse. Throws plenty of water around the place. And these guys will have matched up thousands of times over their career. You can see in front of us right now, that is the beautiful Mahabalipuram point with the Shores Temple on the headland. And it has been blessing us with waves the last few days. Yesterday was fantastic, a couple of heats in the afternoon. I'm going to say the best competitive surfing that India has ever seen. That heat between Kian Martin and Joe Azuki was one for the books. And yeah, yesterday we ran early, then the high tide we ran on hold, and then as the tide started to run out, it really clicked and pumped for a couple of hours. And I wouldn't be surprised if, that's on the table again today. There is the lineup, the fishing boats on the beach. They come and go, sort of between 4 and 6 in the morning or late at night. And it's just pretty, the picture, isn't it? Look at those waves rolling down the point.
Yeah, really nice waves coming through this morning. Here we go, Sarah Wakita up and riding to start off the second semi-final. Just fades back. Unfortunately, a little bit too far, gets caught behind on that one.
Yeah, it's a tricky lineup. It's definitely a little bit morning sick still. And we can see that is Horse Rock in the foreground, which is just an incredible addition to a competition lineup. Because it definitely does create its own little ecosystem. There's a build-up of sand, so the sandbank gets particularly shallow over there, which if you're on the wrong side of the rock, it can cause the wave just to fatten out and disappear. If you're on the inside, sometimes it stands up and you can get a little section. We're speculating. We saw it a little bit yesterday, but when you do have bigger swell, it becomes less of a factor because the wave just, continues on its merry way without any form of disturbance and flies past it. And I was doing a deep dive yesterday on the Indian Surfing Federation's Instagram, and then spinning off and having a look at some of the surfers who call Mahab's Point home. And yeah, this place definitely can handle some swell.
Yeah, right. I might have to do a bit of a FBI investigation as well and see what this place gets like when there is that swell. It looks like it could get really fun, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. And talking to a lot of the local surfers, I've made a point of it every time I've surfed to try and talk to as many people as possible in the water. And congratulations to the local community who speak better English than most of the Australian surfing community. Lots of intel and feedback from the guys and girls in the water who are all not disappointed because this week has been absolutely fantastic, but you can tell that they wish the surf had been a little bit better because they really try and impress upon you that it can get really, really good here. And I believe them. I don't think they're trying to put lipstick on a pig at all. It is, there's so much potential here, and we've seen definite glimpses of it. I've had a couple of surfs this week that have been genuinely really fun. Would be happy to call a wave like this your home break. Okay, this is Sumomo Sato. This is going to be a better score than Sarah Wakita's opening 1 point ride. Goes past Horses Rock. You can see there's a little bit of turbulence, lots of white water. It's not as clean as it got yesterday around lunchtime with the breeze sort of swinging more offshore and grooming it. But that will be the heat lead for Sumomo Sato. Very early days, just 90 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, well, looks like we are going to have a look at a couple of replays here. This one of Sumomo. Nice first turn. She negotiates that backwash really well. We saw in that last heat some of the girls were, coming unstuck right there, but nice connection to finish there for Sumomo. I'm loving her heat attire, jellyfish proof. So really nice first turn, drives it hard. This is where it got a little bit bumpy, but she negotiated that really well, coming through that section again and then tags that section to finish. So we'll wait and see what that score comes through for that last wave of Sumomo. I love looking at that drone angle. So So yeah, 35-minute heats for the semi-finals. So that extra 5 minutes proving wonders so far throughout the day. We saw Shino and Kana have a great heat. Shino being the first women's finalist, so Sarah Wakita or Sumomo Sato will be joining Shino. That first wave of Sumomo, a 3-5, and then Sarah looks like she got a wave as well. 4-2-5 gets her the lead.
Yeah, so 3,000 qualifying series points up for grabs for the winner. 2,340 for second place. And a handy $8,000 winner's check as well. Okay, you mentioned Sumomo surfing in the long lycra. I packed a vest for the first time this morning.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it would be warm, but the thing with the jellyfish, I was going to say it's not even the stings, but it is. There's plenty of competitors walking around in the local anti-venom. That's kind of basically a shaving cream. It looks like there's competitors shaving their legs all over the site.
Yep.
While the sting hurts, it's also, you're just sitting out there anxious.
Yeah.
It's like when you're walking across a lawn barefoot, you know, there's prickles.
Yeah.
Like you're on edge.
It's
the
not
whole
if, but
time.
when.
Yeah. All right, so last score comes in for Sumomo Sato. It's a 3.5. But Sarah Wakita has replied with a 4.25, so she is in the lead, 26 minutes to run. Speaking of Shino Matsuda, we're going to cross down to the provisionally qualified Olympian for the Paris 2024 Games. She's having a chat with Dai Wacko right now. Take it away.
ファイナル進出おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
率直に今の気持ちを教えてください。
すごい朝の時間帯でカレントが強くて、波もすごいいい波なんですけど、なんか当てる時に結構流れが入ってて難しくて、なんか 100% の力出し切れなかったんですけど、でもファイナル楽しみたいと思います。
So in the morning heat, it was kind of hard condition. It was bumpy, wobbly, but she's very happy to manage the scores and get to the final. 今日この後ファイナルですが、ファイナルまではどのように過ごされますか？
しっかり今のヒートのリカバリーをしてファイナルで 100% の力出せるように過ごしたいと思います。
So now she's gonna just have a good rest and recover for her final heat, and she will try to do her best. では日本の方もたくさん、応援してくれて見てくれていると思います。メッセージの方お願いいたします。
すごくいい波でファイナルができると思うので楽しんで頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dai Wacko. And it has been a real pleasure adding Dai to our commentary team this week and getting to have some conversations with substance with our Japanese competitors post-heat. Also of note just then, Dai is one of the more fashionable cats you'll ever meet. He is just one cool dude. And the fact that he's wearing the event merch speaks volumes for this year's event tee, because it's cool. I really like it.
It's cool. It is cool. I agree.
There's no way Dai would be rocking it if it wasn't. So
Yep.
Look, I got one on too.
Yeah, you do.
This is us. Might have got a collection of them actually for a few people back home.
You got to take a few back home. You know, souvenirs of the first ever WSL event in India.
100%.
Insane.
There is no one in world surfing who has more event tees than my dad, and it's got to the point where he's like, you can see that he accepts them because he doesn't want to be rude.
Yeah.
But he just has
Hoarding them.
a wardrobe overflowing
Wow.
with event t-shirts. This one, I think
He'll like it.
he'll be wearing this one with pride.
Well, 23 minutes to go. Sarah Wakita goes out to an early lead with a 4.25 and a 1. And Sumomo Sato has a 3.5, looking for a 1.76 to go to the lead. There's just under 23 minutes to go. Sarah Wakita holding first priority. We saw her lock in some really nice scores over the event so far. She'll be joining well, one of these girls will be joining Shino Matsuda in the finals. Up next, we do have the men's semi-finals. Reiha Ono and Kian Martin, and then Koto Agus and Tenchi Iwami. So a bit of a slow start here for the women.
And True, your first time here in India, as it is for most of us working on the event. Have you had a chance to see any of the local women in the water?
I have, yes. I was lucky enough to surf with some of the local girls in one of my first heats with Kamali P and Shrishti Selvam, which was really cool. It was amazing to be able to surf with them and against them and learn from them and then from me. Which is really cool, you know. And then I was able to see a couple of the girls last night at the Rum and Monkeys event that we had, which was amazing. And they were saying, you know, we don't really have that many surfer girls around town. Like, there's us, but, you know, our friends outside of surfing don't understand. And it was something that I was really able to relate to, because pretty much Jessie and I were, you know, one of the very few female surfers at the school that we went to. So then outside of school, we have heaps of friends, but no one that in our community really understood that. So it was cool to be able to relate with them on that.
Yeah, it seems like there's a real surf and skate kind of culture right here in
Absolutely.
Mahabs. A lot of the surfers are also on the Indian skate team. You mentioned Kamali before. I was lucky enough to surf with her yesterday afternoon. She's only 14. Said she's been surfing out here for 10 years.
Wow.
And she recently won Steph Gilmore's Surf Stars comp, which is a comp that Roxy ran. And apparently Steph is going to come here to Mahabali and surf with Kamali as part of the prize. So
wow.
It's an incredible story, and I think Steph will be blown away. And imagine Steph on a point break like this. Oh, please.
It would just be pretty great to watch. Wow, what an amazing opportunity as well for Kamali. You know, to be able to surf with the GOAT, the 8 times world champion.
What are your thoughts? Is that number 8? Is that at risk? Because Carissa's got 5. And she's very, very close to 6.
Yeah.
Or are the Groms, Katie, Molly, Caroline and co, going to come and end it brutally swift?
I don't know. I feel like Carissa's still, when Carissa's on, she's at least 2 levels better than everyone else, I feel like, you know. It's going to be, I'm actually really looking forward to watching the final 5 and where that's at. But I do agree. I think Steph's 8 could be at risk of being overtaken. But I guess it just depends, you know. Carissa would have to win, 4 back to back to back if she wanted to do it in the next 4 years, you know.
Yeah, let's say she gets this one, so then it's 6-8.
Mm.
Only needs 2 more to tie, but yeah, 3 more, that's tough.
I know. But I feel like if you're Carissa, you wouldn't want to tie with that. You'd want to get 9. You know what I mean? She's a competitor. She wants to win.
3 years' time when you've got Molly and Katie really hitting their straps.
That's what I mean. It's going to be hard.
Rookies, literally.
Yeah.
Katie and Molly's a sophomore. You never know. Maybe Kamali P from right here in Mahabalipuram will learn a thing or two from Steph and just
come out of the gates swinging.
Out of the gates. Take down Sierra Kerr before she can get on. The level of women's surfing is so incredibly exciting at the moment. The progression is through the roof. I know from my own experience working on the Margaret River Pro earlier this year, seeing Molly Pickling, Sierra Kerr and Katie Simmers out at the box. having a proper dig. And really shaking things up with the full support of all the men who are in the lineup.
Absolutely.
Plenty of encouragement, and it wasn't just the girls who were catching the nasty looking closeouts that no one else wanted. And Katie in particular was just styling in heaving pits.
Yeah, she's so stylish. Effortlessly.
Oh, it's like Dane Reynolds reincarnated. It's the same kind of humble, like almost deadpan kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Basically a skater. The way that she carries herself and puts her edits together, and super sort of lo-fi, grungy punk ethos, and yet she, whereas Dane didn't really have that competitive streak, Katie seems built for it.
Which is exciting, I think.
She's only 17.
I know, it's insane.
It is insane. And she has snuck into the final five, so at Trestles, which, she's from Oceanside, which is just down the road.
Yep.
Could we see a Steph Gilmore 2022 style rampage? Who knows?
Who knows? We'll find out soon enough.
Got to get through finals day here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open first.
Well, we've got just under 16 minutes to go in this one. No change to that situation. Looks like someone had a paddle, but no takers there. So Sarah Wakita still in the lead with a 4.25 and a 1. So Momo Sato has a 3.5 and a small score. She'll be looking at a 1.76 to go to first. But yeah, a bit of a slow, first part. Well, pretty much we're halfway down almost. So
yeah, and competitors past the rock, which is interesting. That is Kian Martin hobbling down to the waterline. He got absolutely smoked by jellyfish in his heat yesterday. Talk about highs and lows. He put together the heat of the event with Joe Azuki. That was an incredible 30 minutes of surfing. They just got the perfect combination of swell and tide clicking for the window of their heat. We'd been on hold. I was surfing right before I got called back on. Shohei Kato was in the fourth quarterfinal. He was out there losing his mind, saying, why aren't we back on? Why aren't we back on? And straight out of the gates, Joe and Kian just trading 7s and 8s. And it was, QS surfing at its finest. It was fantastic. All at the base of the beautiful Shore Temple, which you can see to the right of your shot. It's amazing around here, just the history and how old everything is. So that's 1,600 years old, that temple.
it's insane. And it was, we got the privilege to be able to walk around the temple, walk around the town a few days ago, and learn about the culture here. And here we go. Looks like Sumomo up and riding. Couple of calves to start. This one starts to wall up for her. She puts it up there for a finish. So that will change the situation. She was only needing a small score.
Well, that was a major wipeout in the catering section right next to us. He's hoping all is well. Shout out to the Mar Morris Beach Resort, who have been feeding us to the brim all week here on site. Here is the replay of Sumomo Sato's last wave, taking off in front of Horse Rock, having to deal with a little bit of the local turbulence caused by the rock. And it was all about this turn. She eyed off the end section, clicked it nice and high, and she is out of there.
I feel like it's, first indication, say it's on par with the first wave. 3.55. So Sarah now chasing a 2.8, which, really small scores to start off this semi-final. We're about 12 and a half minutes to go. So we're really coming down to the back end of this one, and no scores of consequence have locked in just yet. But hopefully towards the back end of this heat we see some better looking waves come through. It's already starting to clean up a little bit compared to how it was this morning. Sarah choosing not to go that one. You can see her just gliding off the back. She's right out in front of that rock there. That's where it gets, a little bit wobbly, but then stands up nicely to offer a couple of good connections.
We've been talking about trying to get ASC photographer Tim Hain to go out and stand on the rock and shoot. Seems like a fantastic idea to me. It is covered in barnacles, but I'm sure that's what booties and flippers were made for. Could get some really cool angles. You would get washed off, but you're just falling into the water. I do notice that the jellyfish seem to really love hanging around the rock.
Yes. Yeah, Tim got pretty smoked as well yesterday by some jellyfish too, so I think maybe he's not looking forward to that
that's
today.
why he wants to be on the rock. Out of the jellyfish.
Maybe not falling off though, into the jellyfish. It's getting onto the rock and off it. That could be the drama.
Look, where there's a will, there's a way. I was talking to Kian. He did get absolutely mauled from top to bottom, and had a chat this morning. Said sleeping was the hardest part, because every time he rolled over, because he's got his hands, his feet, and then random patches on the rig, and he couldn't really find a comfortable position where he wasn't aggravating one of his many welts.
Oh, torture.
But there's $8,000 on the line, so he'll find a way.
Yep, absolutely.
What a great decision from Kian. He's been surfing on the Challenger Series all year, was in Huntington at the US Open, and just had a little bit of a speculative look at flights. And his flight from LA to Bali direct, but obviously via somewhere, was going to cost him multiple thousands. And then there was a straight shot, not straight, but LA Doha here, which was half the time and a quarter of the money.
Love that.
You know what? I'm going to go catch up with the rest of my Bali brethren and try and bank a few QS points, because he is still trying to, ensure that he's back on the Challenger Series next year. And fantastic decision in the end, because he's already paid for his flights, and these are definitely points that he will be keeping at the end of the qualifying series.
Absolutely. He'd be feeling pretty stoked making that decision and being in the semi-finals right now, and potentially within the next 45 minutes, maybe even final.
And on that note, massive congratulations to the Asian region of the WSL. They have done an incredible job of stacking their lineup with events, and events of variety. Obviously there's waves all through Indonesia, but there's been plenty of contests in Indo, there's been plenty of contests in Japan, and then further afield we're seeing events like this one and Taiwan and the Philippines, and there is a smorgasbord of opportunity if you are a surfer in the Asian region. Australia, Oceania has always been strong between Australia, NZ and a few of the islands. But yeah, and then the two regions often combine and co-sanction events. So yeah, this part of the world is doing it very, very nicely at the moment. So congratulations to everyone involved. And yeah, we tried to get it out of Thai earlier, but hopefully we're coming back here next year. All right, this is Sumomo Sato. That was a strong first turn. This is the best wave we've seen in this semi-final. She wants to ride out of it. Unfortunately, she doesn't. Leaves a few points behind. Oh, she will be kicking herself, because she was well on her way to a good score and possibly a decisive score with just 7 minutes 50 to run. Talk us through this replay.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate that Sumomo couldn't make that last turn, because this turn was really nice. you know, just angling it down the line. Nice carve there for Samomo, and then she put it up there maybe a little bit late and just getting caught up with that backwash as she made her way down. So I've actually not seen her fall too often throughout the event so far, so that was an uncharacteristic mistake for Samomo, but I'm sure she'll regain or I guess correct that mistake, I should say, and then hopefully lock in a score. But indications show that it's going to be the best wave of the heat, a 5.5. That goes into a scoreline nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to go into... Well, it was always going to be the best wave of the heat. It was just a matter of by how much. And you can see a 5.5 without completing the end section. You know, she's up into the 7s if she rides out of that one. So it's there's positives and negatives to that wave for Samomo Sato. She'll be enjoying the fact that she's moved into the lead and that it is the best wave of the final. She'll be a little bit fired up that she didn't complete it, and you know, maybe that will give her the impetus to go on and compile an even better wave in the last 6.5 minutes of the heat. Sarah Wakita had a paddle, took off on a couple of duds. Not really sure who's got the upper hand in the race for priority. You would imagine it's Sarah Wakita. We'd need a wide shot to see what's going on there.
Wow, so you'd want to hope that it's Sarah, because she's only had a couple of small scores. She only needs a small score, 4.81, to go to first. Okay, there it is. Sarah gets first priority. 6 minutes to go.
Only needs a 4.81. Obviously more than capable of that.
Here she is, I think.
She's only throwing away a 1. Okay, here goes Sarah Wakita. Punches that section beautifully. Can she get one more? No, it just sort of angled away from her a little bit. We need to see what she got up to before then. She's going to get rid of her 1. Not sure whether she will have done enough to overthrow her 4.25. 5.5 minutes to go. That one is going to narrow it up a lot. Samomo Sato, her backup at the moment is just a 3.55, so she wants to get rid of that as well. Fair bit of movement still to come on the scoreboard, you suspect, over the remaining 5 minutes. Here is the replay of Sarah Wakita's wave. First turn carve wasn't bad. That was a nicely placed turn. She would love to have flown out with some speed and got to that end section. Wasn't to be, so kicks out just to save herself that extra sort of 15-20 metres of paddling. And that score's going to come in at a 5. So fair enough. The second best wave of the heat, enough to put her back into the lead. She's got a 5 and a 4.25. So slowly, it's taken over 25 minutes. We're starting to see scores add up. Samomo Sato now needs to replace her 3.55 with a 3.75. So again, not much of a requirement. We just need one of these ladies to rip the bag out of a solid set wave and put 6 or 7 or even 8 points on the board and really grab the ascendancy.
Absolutely. So Samomo only needing a small score. I mean, it's still definitely within reach. Sarah Wakita is not safe right now. With 4 minutes to go, if I was her, I would be paddling as hard as I can to get back out the back and try and defend that first position. You know, you get a shot at the finals, and regardless, if you make it, you're walking away with 2,340 points and $4,000. You know, so that's going to sit pretty in the bank account, and you'll be sitting in a good position as well on the rankings.
Love that. It's a trip well and truly paid for. How long does it take for the cash to drop in?
I don't know. I'd say 2 weeks.
It's not like you just get given an envelope with a whole heap of cash money and they say, go do your best.
No.
All right, here goes Samomo Sato on the hunt for a 3.75. Oh, she almost got over the double up that was, well, I don't know if it was a double up or a bit of backwash off Horse Rock, but didn't get the run-on section that she would have loved. That's going to be a minor score, 3 minutes 10 to go.
Wow, so that was a bit of a mistake there from Samomo. I guess she had to go and try her luck, but that one just not cooperating with her. She only needs a 3.75. We'll see who establishes first priority out of Samomo and Sarah. Looks like Sarah does. So Samomo is in a position where she is not in the driver's seat. Sarah Wakita has priority and the lead. She can kind of dictate how the back 2.5 minutes of this heat really goes.
Momo only needs a 3.75 though, so she can paddle down the point, see if she can't get away. And we're seeing Sarah Wakita right now hot on her heels. And this is Momo. Oh, this is live action. So it's turned into a bit of a left. She's cracked it just the once, but there was a lot of downtime, and I'm not sure the judges will be impressed to the tune of 3.75 with that one. If anything, she might have done that to get away from Sarah Wakita, who with priority can keep her off any wave that she wants. 2 minutes remaining. Talk us through this replay.
Yes, Momo taking off deep. And she does really well to get around this one, and this is where she has to pump really hard. That wave just standing up in front of her. She goes left, which I think was a good call. She had to try her luck and see if she could get close to a 3.75. Unfortunately, she doesn't. She gets a 2.8, so...
That was the straight-up Huntington scenario.
Yeah.
Take off on a fat right out the back. Instead of pumping across the gutter in Huntington, she had to pump past Horse Rock, and then you go left.
Yep. Go left and hope for the best.
That might work at the US Open. It ain't going to cut it at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. 1:15 to go. Momo Sato is still chasing a 3.75. Sarah Wakita has the lead, has priority. She would love to sink her teeth into a set wave, punt that 4.25 from her scoreline, and call it a victory lap. But 1 minute remaining. You'd want to make sure that you're going to better your 4.25 if you're going to take off on anything, because you don't want to risk handing priority to Momo Sato and then a set coming, right?
Absolutely. 45 seconds to go. There's still a little bit of time. Sarah's just enjoying her time out there, but I tell you what, Momo, if she can find one that's a little bit wider, she only needs a 3.75. So it's a pretty small score for her. Sarah's just going to hope and pray that something doesn't come down the line for her.
So Raya Onu and Kian Martin will be studying this heat very closely to see if they can get any tips on what the waves are or are not doing. Is that Sarah Wakita taking off, and this will be a victory lap with 5 seconds to go. And this is exactly the wave she was looking for to put this one beyond doubt. The 4.25 is gone from her scoreline. Sarah Wakita is our second finalist on the women's side of the draw, the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. She's making her way to the beach and through to the next round. Kian Martin and Shino Matsuda are in the gates, ready to surf the first of the men's semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way right after this quick break.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்.
City Union Bank, ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
And welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have the men's semi-finals in the lineup. Raiha Ono and Kian Martin are out there. We just saw Sarah Wakita take out the second semi-finals for the women. She is going to be joining Shino Matsuda in the finals a little bit later on. Looks like we're going to have a look at some replays, Jessie.
Yeah, this was the first from our surfer in red, Raiha Onu, one of the surfers who I think has been one of the standouts of this competition. So a little bit of wobbling this way, but Raiha making it look really fun out there. Looks like he got this one way down the point. Still tagging away, so I'd say, just coming on stock on that finishing turn, but I'd say that'd be a pretty nice opening score. It looks like we've got a score to lock in for blue as well. So we'll see if we have a replay of that, but still very early days in this heat, 33 minutes to go.
Yeah, we saw that last heat between Sarah and Sumomo be a little bit slow, but then it kind of picked up again in the back end, so hopefully that's what it does throughout this heat as well. Hopefully we can see both Kian and Raiha lock in some solid scores at the start of this one, and then, play the patience game towards the end and just really fire up on some solid waves. Looks like Kian regains first priority there, so 32.5 minutes. Up next is Katut Agus and Tenshi Iwami. They will be the second men's semi-finals.
Yeah, Tenshi yesterday taking down his hometown buddy in the quarterfinal number 4. So he was in the last heat of the day yesterday. Only 18 years of age, Tenshi, and really impressive surfer. Someone who I've really enjoyed watching compete. But then, he's got a hard task of Katut Agus, who is a very well-rounded surfer. He's got experience in the jersey. He knows how to put a heat together, and he's definitely looked really consistent throughout this entire event so far. So that's a great semi-final, heat number 2. And then straight after that, the women are back out there with Sarah Wakita up against Shino Matsuda. But we'll get back to that because it looks like Kian opting not to go for that one. So first wave of red, a 5-point ride for Raiha Onu, and first wave of blue, Kian Martin, just a 2.5, so not a massive score for Kian, and I'm sure Raiha will definitely want to drop that 5 if he wants to be able to get through this heat. Both the men have been dropping excellent scores all event.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been surfing so well. I was talking to Dai before, and he was saying that Raiha is, he's feeling really comfortable out there. He's feeling really confident on his feet, and he just feels like he knows what waves he needs to catch. He knows what surfing he needs to do. So he's really in tune with himself and with the break of Mahabalipuram or Mahabs. And, that's dangerous for the other competitors. But, Kian, we can't rule him out as well. Kian has been on fire throughout the whole event. Yesterday we saw him drop some solid scores. He's come off the back of the Challenger Series, so, maybe he's got a bit of Challenger Series surfing in him as well. I feel like when you get on the Challenger Series, from watching it, you see a lot of people's surfings just immediately rise. So we'll see what happens here for Kian Martin. He's up and riding. Nice first turn to start. This one stands up. Solid second turn there for Kian. He loved the feeling of that one, throwing buckets of spray, really timing that one so well. Only a 2-turn connection there, but nonetheless a really impressive combination there for Kian Martin.
Yeah, Kian showing us what he can do. He is a very powerful, talented surfer. He's quite multicultural within himself as well. Represents Sweden, grew up in Bali, half Brazilian. So yeah, he's got a lot of different fans out there, a lot of different supporters in his corner. Yesterday in his post-heat interview, he just was so grateful for everyone who was supporting him. He looks really comfortable out here. He has made a long journey to get here, so I'm sure he's still battling a bit of jet lag. He has only been here for about 3 or 4 days. And even though he's had all these other obstacles in the way, he's still found himself in the semi-finals. So we'll wait for that score for blue to lock in. He only needed a 2.51. I'm sure he'll get that and put himself up into the lead. So potentially a situation change with, just under 29 minutes to go.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a replay. Talk us through it, Jess.
Yeah, he started off with a cutback on that one. And that turn is the money turn. It's beautiful, crisp finishing turn from our surfer in blue. This is the drone angle. So it's just a short carve to get to this section where he really just lays it all on the line, putting everything in it. So I definitely think that will come through as a good score for Kian.
Absolutely. It was a solid looking wave for Kian Martin. We'll wait and see what that locks in as. While we are waiting on that, we are going to head down to Dai, who is with the second women's finalist, Sarah Wakita. What's going on, Dai?
Congratulations. Now you're in the women's semi-final against Shino Matsuda right now. How do you feel right now?
I feel really good. I lost out in the semis last contest in the Chiba Open, so to get through the semis and move on into the final, it's a goal. It was a goal for me, so yeah, I'm just gonna have fun in the final and surf my best.
Tell us through your heat. How was it out there?
I kind of got lost out there, and the current was kind of strong, so I think we were not really in the right position, but and I was really nervous because I couldn't really find the good ones on the first half of the heat, but on the last wave I got a good score, so I'm happy about that.
You did a great job. And any message to your fans, supporters in Japan and as well as in Hawaii, in English and in Japanese as well?
I think my dad's watching, so thanks for watching. いつも応援ありがとうございます。次はファイナルなので自分の全力を尽くして、いい波をいっぱい乗りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Sarah, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai, and congratulations to Sarah. Here we go, Kian Martin. Nice first carve there. That last wave is 6.75 for Kian Martin. He's waiting for this one to stand up a little bit more. You can see him just pacing off. Solid turn there for Kian, the Swedish surfer, choosing the Asian region for his WSL region here and bangs it for a finish. Wow, that wave just seemed to go on forever and ever there for Kian Martin. Really solid looking wave, solid surfing, so he's going to apply that pressure onto Raiha Ono with just on 26 minutes to go.
Yeah, basically locked in a 6.75 pretty much just for that one turn. So the judges really liking that commitment on that steeper, bigger section, that last wave of Kian. So it sounds like we're going to get a replay. Pretty long ride for the surfer in blue, gets it under the priority of red. So just a quick snap to start off with. The wave looks like it's going to go a little dead through here, but he manages to find just that little extra power here at Mahab's point. So this is a really nice turn there. And he looks down the line. It gets another one. Let's see. Look how far down the point he is. You know, this just shows how long this wave can go for. There he goes. Finishes that turn off there. Had so many moments where I think it's a finishing turn. And then the wave just keeps offering more. So here's that drone angle shot. First snap to start off with. Beautiful second carve. Again, this is where the wave looks like it's going to slow down, but you can almost get that backwash from Horse Rock to get you through that next section, which here he gets a bit of a money turn there. And he gets two more bonus sections down the line. So Kian showing us the length of this wave and the potential that there is to get, you know, long rides with plenty of great scores. So we'll wait for that one to lock in. He needed a better at 2.5, and I'll definitely say that he did that.
Yeah, he's definitely better at 2.5, that's for sure. You can see base camp clapping him through as he runs around. So I think a really good decision there from Kian to run around. That last wave locks in at a 5.5 for Kian. So 5.5 for that last wave of Kian Martin. So applying that pressure onto Raiha Ono, who needs a 7.25. But this semi-final is nowhere near being over. 24 minutes is still a long time. Raiha holding that first priority, so he can choose any wave he wants out there, and the conditions look like they're starting to get a little bit better. It's getting a little bit more consistent right now, so we'll wait and see what happens towards the last 24 minutes for Raiha Ono.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Raiha make a bit of a comeback in his quarterfinal. You know, he came out of the gates, I think he got maybe a 6 or a 6.5, and then his competitor had a 7 and backed it up with
pretty much an exact same score as Raiha's opening, I think another 6, and then put Raiha in a bit of a pressure situation, one that we hadn't seen him in all event. You know, he's pretty much led most of his heats up until that quarterfinal he had yesterday, so he's put into, like I said, a pressure cooker, needed a 7.25 and came out of the gate swinging, and I think we had a little claim from him at the end of that wave yesterday, but he, showed that he's here to win, and, no matter what situation he gets put in, he's going to work hard and fight for it to get out of it. Absolutely, and that's the kind of attitude you've got to have as well. Being on the QS and the Challenger Series, if you are wanting to make it through to the Dream Tour of the Championship Tour. Just see Kian Martin was making his way back out into the lineup there with 23 minutes to go. Raiha holding that first priority, waiting for a solid wave to come through. I'm wondering if that's going to play off or, not work into his favour. We did see that last heat was really slow. Although Sarah Wakita getting her best 2 waves pretty much at the back end of that heat, that back 5 minutes. So we'll see what happens here for Raiha Ono. Looking for a 7.25. He's only got a 5. So he really needs to sit back and stay composed here. Yeah, I actually missed that last heat between Sarah and Sumomo. Can you fill me in on what happened? Yeah, it was a really slow heat for the women. Sarah opened up with a 5 and didn't really get a wave again for a long... Well, she actually opened up with a 4.25 and then backed it up with a 5. Sumomo had a couple of 3s and then got a 5.5, and then Sumomo was leading the whole heat up until maybe the last 5 minutes. And then in the last 20 seconds, Sarah ended up getting a wave and bettering her second score and increasing her lead there, getting a 13-point total. So Sarah, she stayed composed. She knew that a wave was going to come, but it was very well, touch and go there. Here we go, Raiha using his first priority, not allowing Kian, but unfortunately misses that wave. Wow, so a bit of a mistake there for Raiha Ono.
Maybe even a bit of a sell from Kian. You could see from this drone angle it did have a bit of a ridge in that wave, and I know from my experiences, I really struggle to get on waves that have that little, I guess, hump in the middle of the wave that you have to get over. And Raiha paddling really hard, unfortunately just not slingshotting him onto that wave. Right idea, it was a mid to set size wave. He's looking for a 7.25, so he does need one of those bigger ones. Looking at his wrist, maybe he might have got stung by a jellyfish on that one. But with 15 minutes down and 20 minutes to go, we still have plenty of time left for the surfer in red and blue to better their scores, and both trying to take out that first place to secure their spot in the final to potentially win first ever WSL QS here in India.
Which I think, this event has been pretty amazing. We've seen some great waves so far. The last few days have been amazing surfing. And I feel like today, the conditions are only going to start to get better. So we'll see if we will go on hold. Maybe with this high tide, we're not too sure yet. There is a possibility of that happening after the completions of the men's semi-finals. So we'll see what happens and see what the conditions do. If it, starts to get a bit slower than what we have right now, or if it continues to get better. But there's definitely opportunities out there. That was really unfortunate for Raiha just before paddling for that wave and missing it. So we haven't seen that happen to him yet throughout the event. But 19 and a half minutes to go. We still have a fair bit of time left in this heat. He's only got the one wave on in his scoreline, a 5. He needs a 7.25 at this stage, but Kian Martin holds first priority, and there's every opportunity that he's going to better that 5.5 that he has in his scoreline.
Yeah, this is probably one of the smaller scorelines we've seen Kian put together throughout this event. He's been dropping 8s and 7s consistently, just looking really calm and comfortable. And Raiha, we've definitely seen him post higher scores than a 5-point ride. So
he might be having a look at this little one. Maybe a bit of a bad call from the surfer in red, feeling the pressure a little bit, hoping that he doesn't get too caught up in his head because we know how talented he is. He just needs to find himself on one of those bigger set waves so he can, you know, be able to challenge that 7.25 that he needs. Kian almost playing tactics out there. We saw him paddle pretty close to red before, almost on top of him. So maybe a bit of tension in the water, and Kian just trying to dominate from every angle. Yeah, absolutely. Kian just not wanting to give Raiha an inch, because he'll take a mile and more than likely get that 7.25. So 18 minutes to go in this heat. Kian Martin has first priority and the lead. 6.75 and a 5.5 in his pocket there. Looking to better that 5.5 to make it harder for Raiha to move up into the lead. This heat will determine our first finalist for the men. Up next is Katut Agus and Tenchi Iwami. Tenchi is a junior, and I believe so is Raiha as well. We're going to die, and he was saying that Raiha is still a junior, and they both Raiha and Tenchi are actually really good friends. Yeah, I don't know too much about Raiha. I suppose only speaking, Dai and I were lucky enough to commentate the quarterfinal yesterday with that Tenchi took out, and yeah, got a bit of backstory on Tenchi. Still so young, you know, he surfs so mature. There's a lot of patience in his surfing. I don't think he rushes between each of his turns, and he just looks really composed and powerful on his feet. So definitely think that's a great matchup between Katut and Tenchi. A pretty even matchup. I wouldn't say either has the upper hand. Maybe Katut with his experience, but Tenchi's been looking really mature and really, like I said, composed and calm. So yeah, that's an exciting one. We'll have Binzi back in here with cricket legend Jonty Rose commentating. Yeah, Jonty is a legend around the parts of Mahabalipuram. The local community absolutely love having him here. So it's going to be great to have him in the booth to chat with Binzi for the second semi-final, to talk us through it, to talk about, you know, his experience here in this beautiful place, about 60 kilometers south of the city of Chennai. You can see that beautiful shore temple there. That is one of 7 temples. And here we go, Kian up and riding. Draws out a nice carve to start here. Puts it straight up in the lip for a nice second turn. This one's starting to go a little bit weird in the middle, but this is where we see it standing up. Another nice turn there. Bit of a check snap for Kian as he goes to the sky for a finish, I should say, and riding out. So Kian Martin feeling really solid on his feet out there. Looks like he is fired up to, you know, move through to the final. So we'll see what that comes through, as I really like that wave. Jesse, talk me through it.
Yeah, this is the replay. So really nice first opening wrap just to get things started for Kian. That's the money turn, kicks the fins out, almost gets hung up a little bit. Like you said, gets a bit weird through the middle, but Kian has been really great at being able to navigate that wobbly section and then goes to the air. We haven't seen too many airs in this event, so I'm sure that the judges are going to love the variety that Kian is displaying on this wave. I have a feeling this wave could go excellent. Again, I have no idea. I haven't done a judges course, but I really love all the different ways I should say, that Kian, you know, took advantage of that wave to make sure that he improves on that 5.5 and even that 6.75. And it looks like we've got a score dropping for Raiha. Potentially just a small one, but oh no, here's the replay. So Raiha finding himself one of those good looking waves. Nice opening turn. There's the carve. And here's that weird wobbly section we keep seeing the surfers have to deal with. Raiha just not being able to get started so far in this heat. You know, he's been looking so dominant throughout the whole event, and it just feels like maybe he's a bit on the back foot in this one, but 14 minutes to go still. He still has plenty of time.
Absolutely, and that was really unfortunate for Raiha because that wave had a little bit of whitewash in there. Yeah, so it kind of just stopped him from having a nice clean wall like we saw in that last wave of Kian's. So we're just waiting on those scores to come through. Scores for Kian looking like it will better that 5.5 and make it harder for Raiha to take the lead with 13 and a half minutes to go. But keeping in mind we are still waiting on that last wave of Raiha. First indications don't look like it's going to be very significant. That last wave of Kian Martin, a 6.25. That last wave of Raiha, a 4. So situation that we have right now, Kian Martin is in the lead with a 6.75 and a 6.25. Raiha Ono is in second with a 5 and a 4. He's looking for an 8 to go to the lead, Jessie. Let's have a look at this replay of that last wave of Kian.
Yeah, this was the 6.25 that Kian got on this last one, so really nice opening carve. That's the turn for me where a bulk of the points come from, as well as that finishing turn. So gets through this weird wobbly section. Really great way of navigating. Little check turn, and he just puts it all on the line. You know, he could have fallen and not got the score he needed, but that was really excellent surfing from Kian. Raiha showing what he is capable of. Unfortunately not finding the best wave of those sets. This one has a bit of bump through. You can see the backwash really affecting this one, and Raiha opting to get out of it there. He has established first priority. He's looking for an 8, but with 12 minutes he probably has time to break that down to 2. It just depends on, you know, how consistent the waves are, which has been the biggest obstacle for all of the surfers in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen that it's been, you know, quite slow throughout this heat. You can see Kian just trying to, you know, paddle above water and not get stung by any jellyfish there. He got pretty smoked yesterday by quite a few. Here he is having a look, not at that one. He's got a 6.75 and a 6.25 in his scoreline. Raiha needing an 8, best wave of the heat, so he's really going to need to open up. With 11 and a half minutes to go, there's still a fair bit of time remaining. So Raiha holding that first priority. He's just been looking really solid on his feet so far. So I'm really surprised to see that he hasn't been able to connect with some waves out there this morning. But 11 minutes to go, he still has plenty of time. Up next is going to be Ketut Agus and Tenshi Iwami, who will be meeting either Kian or Raiha in the final. We have our women's finalists determined, Shino Matsuda as well as Sarah Wakita. They defeated Kana Nakashio and Samomo Sato, which both semi-finals with some great semi-finals to watch. 10 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Kian Martin has been looking pretty fired up though to, you know, continue going, continue flying the flag for Sweden.
Yeah, he's been saying at the end of all of his post-heat interviews that he really wants to take this one all the way. I think he's just remaining really grounded, really humble, constantly thanking the people who helped him get here. You know, it's not an easy sport, surfing, you know, as much as it is a hobby turned into a job for a lot of us. It's still not easy. It's competitive. It's lonely at times. It's expensive. But, you know, Kian, even though he's in the whirlwind of the sport right now, being on the Challenger Series while still trying to re-qualify through the 2023-24, I guess, regional series, he's still remaining really grounded, not getting flustered, still showing us his maturity in his surfing and in his approach to his competitiveness. And I think that's why we're seeing him in the lead right now. However, Raiha has been using this fired-up approach in all of his heats, bringing consistency through his surfing. You know, he attacks every wave the exact same. I just think we haven't seen him open up on the right wave, but I'm sure that if he gets the chance, he can definitely take it to Kian and get that 8-point ride. It is just a matter of whether Mother Nature wants to give him the wave or not. But 9 minutes to go, so the clock slowly ticking down and probably becoming a little bit harder for Reinhardt to break this into 2 scores.
Absolutely, and you know the clock doesn't stop ticking. It's always going to keep going down, so Reinhardt needs to be really smart with what wave he chooses here. He needs an 8, so that is going to have to be the highest wave of the heat, highest wave of the day so far, so he's going to have to put on some excellent surfing if he wants to lock in pretty much an excellent score. The ocean has gone a little bit slow towards the back end of this heat, just, you know, regaining some time, regaining some power to just really push through some solid sets, hopefully towards the back end of this heat.
Just to the right of the screen, out from where the rock wall is, every now and then a wave breaks pretty much directly out from where the rock wall is, and I actually got word this morning that that's the 6th temple. It's the next temple along, and
Wow.
On certain tides, yeah, you can just see the top of it, and waves break over it, and it's almost like an indicator that sets are coming. But yeah, it's pretty cool that that's the next temple along. You can still see just the top of it. Unfortunately, 6 out of the 7 temples have gone underwater, but you can still go and swim and scuba dive and see them, and even see the top of the 6th one, depending on the tide.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. That rock wall was man-made. The government said, you know what, we need to protect this beautiful shore temple that we have here. So they built this rock wall to stop it from, you know, going underwater, and actually protect the, you know, after the 2004 tsunami that hit this beautiful town, the temple remained standing, didn't go underwater. So, you know, that this break wall is working, and as a byproduct, we've got some great waves here at Mahabs. Coming down to 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, it'd definitely be a real shame if we saw all 7 go underwater, but I think, yeah, the local community and the government making a great call to protect the final above ground temple, the shore temple. We were lucky enough to take a tour of it the other day, and some other pretty cool historical sites really around the area. There's so much history in the walls and just along the streets in Mahabalipuram. It's been a really great experience to be here, and yeah, like Ty said this morning, he would love to come back next year. The athletes have loved it, us as the workers have loved it, and the local community have really got behind it and supported it. So hopefully this isn't the first and only Mahabalipuram Open, Tamil Nadu Open, but yeah, hopefully we can be back next year.
Absolutely, I saw you trying to squeeze that out of Ty this morning, but, you know, we're just focusing on what we have right now, and that's great waves and great surfing, and you know, a beautiful event so far. So 5.5 minutes to go. No change to the situation. Kian Martin still in the lead with a 6.75 and a 6.25. Raiha Ono has a 5 and a 4. Raiha looking for an 8 to take the lead, so a decent score. Looks like both surfers are just trying to get as much of their body out of the water as they can. We can see the fishing boats making their way in. They go out very early in the mornings and come back very late at night. Or they go out late at night and come back early in the morning. Depends what rotation they are on. Just under 5 minutes to go. Raiha holding first priority, looking for the best wave of the heat, an 8.0. Will a wave come for him? Looks like he's having a look at this one. Raiha Ono up and riding. Unfortunately, coming unstuck. Hitting a bit of a wobble there, so that was a mistake from Raiha Ono. And Kian Martin will be feeling pretty happy about that.
Yeah, Raiha just not being able to fall into rhythm in this heat, which has been a real shame because he has been one of the standouts for me. Unfortunately, just hitting a little bump on most of his waves so far in this heat.
Still a 5 and a 4, but we know how much more potential and how much more he has to give. We definitely haven't seen him open up the way we know he can surf and the way he has been surfing throughout the whole event. He has been looking really dominant, but Kian, I think just keeping his composure, keeping his cool, you know, the semi-finals, you can get quite nervous. Here is Raiha just trying to get things started for himself. Unfortunately, it couldn't land that. That would have been a great turn and a great score for Raiha. He's moving away from Kian, which I think is a great idea. No point holding hands with him when Kian has priority out there with just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Raiha is really focusing on that 8, whereas, you know, maybe if he locks in a 6-5, that requirement becomes a little bit lower to what, you know, is necessary. Kian only has 2 6s in his scoreline, which are pretty decent scores, but nothing major. And I feel like Raiha, you know, he just needs to chip away at that, but 3 minutes to go, there's not enough time. At what point do you stop focusing on 2 scores and look at the just 1, which is the 8? So, as you said, I think it was a great call that he decided to move a little bit wider of Kian to just give himself some more opportunity to get a couple more waves. He's only had 5 waves, 2 of which have been over a 1. And Kian has had 4, 3 have, you know, 1 has been a throwaway, which is a 5-5. The other 2 are a 6-7-5 and a 6-2-5, which has him the lead and priority. He's sitting in the driver's seat right now, coming down to 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Kian's in a pretty great position right now with first priority. Raiha, you can see, just sitting to the left of Kian. Doesn't want to, you know, get in the way. Kian can take off on any wave he wants, but the ocean looking a little bit sleepy right now. An 8, you know, he'd have to be on one of those bigger to set size waves, making sure that he displays his best surfing. If not, you know, it is a massive ask with a minute 30. And I feel like maybe the pressure's building for Raiha. There was, on that last one where unfortunately he did fall off, you know, it was only a 1-turn wave. So unless he went absolutely huge, it's pretty hard to get an 8 off 1 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well with Kian working so hard to get, you know, a 6-2-5 and that 6-7-5 as well, Raiha is going to have to do one pretty insane 1-turner if he wants to get that 8. But he's trying to sit a little bit wider, give himself a bit of opportunity. We're coming down to 1 minute to go, and Kian holds first priority. Is he going to go and try and sit on Raiha? But then again, he does risk the, you know, the potential of, you know, getting his priority suspended, which is not something that you want either. Looks like we have a couple of lines approaching the surfers. We'll see if anyone gets on this. It looks like maybe Kian having a paddle. 35 seconds to go. Is this going to be a victory lap for the Swedish surfer from Bali? Flying down the line here for Kian Martin. This one not really offering too much. He's just enjoying his time, waiting for this one to stand up, which it does. There's 15 seconds to go. Kian unfortunately can't finish that one, so maybe a bit of a victory lap there, unless Raiha gets the best wave of the day so far out behind him. But we have 5 seconds to go. Doesn't look like Raiha got a wave, or maybe a little one to lock in. So looks like Kian Martin will be the first men's finalist. Who is going to join him? That will be determined in the next 35 minutes between Ketut Agus and Tenchi Iwami. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open right after this.
Hey Chennai, John T. Rhodes. I am proudly made of Chennai. Well, my fondest memory of Chennai is certainly not coming to an IPL game as a coach when MSD is playing and captaining a fantastic CSK. So I've always been associated with sport in Chennai. But I think one sport that is not very commonly known or recognized is being surfing. And it's has been something that is very close to my heart. I've even had Matthew Hayden out here. He played for CSK for how many seasons? I don't know, 4 or 5 seasons. He didn't even know there was surfing here in Chennai. So it's been great for me to show and experience something slightly different, still in the sporting culture in India. It's something that blows my mind. So Chennai, if you talk about the diversity within Tamil Nadu, it's incredible. You know, every time I come to India, every time, especially if I come down to Chennai, because this is the one place I do love to surf. And it's there's surf in Goa, sure, nothing like here. There's surf in Vizag, sure. But I think what we have, for me now, the experience that I have, is these small pockets of surfing that have grown out of nothing. And these people have always got a smile on their face. The people involved with the surfing have been really supportive. They've become a good community. I think we all need to support each other. And I think that's one thing that I learned in the pandemic, that the importance of community. So certainly in Chennai, every time I've been here, I've certainly enjoyed the feeling of community, and more specifically in my case, around the surfing, where people support each other. And just the generosity of people on this coast, incredible.
All right, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. My name's Chris Binns. It's a great pleasure to welcome to the booth cricketing legend and passionate surfer, Jonty Rhodes. Mate, how are you?
Chris, good, thank you. So amazing to have all of you here in Tamil Nadu, in Mahab. So thank you very much for the invitation.
No worries. Tell us a little bit about why you're here.
Oh, any excuse to sit on the beach and occasionally catch a paddle, throw my kids in the ocean and get them on a few waves. But I've been involved with the Surf Federation of India for the last 10 years. And literally not as an official brand ambassador, just somebody who's really excited about the sport, just from a lifestyle perspective. I really am a bad surfer. But I suppose that's saying the best surfer in the water is the one having the most fun. So I'm right up there when it comes to that.
Yeah, I try and stick to that as well. You obviously played cricket for years for South Africa and then came over here, I'm guessing as a coach in the IPL?
Yeah, the interesting thing is as a cricket player, you pretty much don't leave the hotel, the ground, the airport. That's how you see India. And you never get to see this. I mean, not just the quality of the surfing, but a lot of the kids have never been to the ocean before.
That's amazing. All right, this is Tenchi Iwami. He is just a kid himself. He's still surfing on the juniors in Japan, but he's a big lump of a lad, and he is flying down the line right now, up into the lip. He's not done yet either. The waves are running for an age down the beach, and Tenchi is sticking with this one. We're going to see a run around. He'll end up on the sand after this. He's down near Mumo Surf School there. And he is a long, long way off the left of the screen looking at our wide shot. So Tenchi Iwami with some points on the board straight out of the gates. He's in the blue jersey. The top seed in the red jersey and with priority is Ketut Agus. Ketut is from Bali in Indonesia. He had a pretty incredible junior career as well. Went to the World Juniors in Taiwan a couple of years ago and qualified for the Challenger Series this year. So he is making a fair bit of noise about himself, and into the semis here at a QS 3000 is big points to try and set him back on the path to the Challenger Series again next year. We just saw his great mate, Kian Martin, who is Swedish. He's also part Brazilian, but he grew up in Bali, and Kian is through to the final. A 13-point performance. Pretty solid, not quite as good as the 15.75 total that he strung together yesterday in the best heat of the event so far. Did you see the waves yesterday afternoon? They were firing.
Your wave? Oh no, that was the morning. Sorry, I did see yours. I saw the run around. You had to come all the way back from Mumu Surf School, but it was incredible to watch quality surfers on quality waves.
Yeah, it's not surprising, but you come to these events and you're told that they're going to be fantastic, and you're like, okay, well, how much of that is true? And here, it's genuinely true. You're in the water. There's plenty of power. There's lots of push, and it's really fun.
Yeah, I suppose from a point of view where you've surfed around the world, it's always interesting arriving at a place for the first time and getting in the ocean to experience the local conditions. But I think from a point of view where there's been amazing video footage or the odd picture of some great surfing from all across India, but especially here in Mahabs, I had Matthew Hayden, I dragged him. He played for Chennai in the IPL for 5 or 6 seasons. He'd never been down here and had a surf. He couldn't believe it. So, obviously in the city in Chennai, the ocean he wasn't that keen to get into, but further south here, he was blown away. We actually had a really good surf out here. He did end up on that rock, though. It was a small story. We'll chat about it later.
Oh, that's fantastic. Matthew Hayden, of course, a Queenslander, Australian cricketing legend. He's out in the outback, I think. Grew up a farmer, right? But has property on North Stradbroke Island. Has done a lot of surfing with the Wilson family, Julian Wilson and his brothers over the years. So, yeah, he's popped up in surfing circles a lot over the years. Bit like yourself here this week.
Yeah, and I think that's also, Haydos and I, we do enjoy our surfing. We also want to make sure that we get a little bit of time in the water, and that's why we throw our support behind things like this. But Matthew has done the same thing through cricket. He's been really focused on making a difference post his playing career, and that's pretty much what I've done coming to coach in the IPL in India. I borrow a motorbike and I ride all across India because I've sort of learned that the more you learn about other people, the more you learn about yourself. And India is that. It's full on all the time. But if you're sitting in an aircon bus, driving through or flying over the country at 20 or 30,000 feet, or just being stuck in the hotel and the cricket ground, you don't really get much opportunity to interact with people on the ground. So being on two wheels, whether it's motorbike or whether it's a bicycle, has certainly brought me up front and close and personal with a lot of India.
You are a brave man. Here is Ketut Agus. This is the Indonesian surfer working his way down the line and unfortunately overcooking that first turn, and I think he's left a few points on the table there because that will continue to run down the line. It's interesting, the local ecosystem around that rock, because it definitely comes into play in the face of the wave. And all of us surfers who've surfed hundreds of different waves around the world are fascinated by the fact that for many of us, it's the first time we can remember there just being a rock smack bang in the middle of the lineup like this. So there was Ketut Agus. He'll get 2 points for that. He would have got significantly more if he'd continued on his merry way. Tenchi Iwami's opener was a 5.75, so he is comfortably in the lead, but very early days, 27 minutes 20 to go. Jonty, tell us a little bit about what it's like to ride a motorbike around here, because the thought of I've spent a lot of time in Indonesia, and walking around the streets, I thought I'd have it under control, but then the wild card is cows, because all the rules go out the window. So what's it like riding a motorbike?
Well, it is interesting because, there is all sorts of traffic. Some great traffic on this wave, though. I'll have to let you call it. I'm not the expert.
Yeah, this is Tenchi Iwami. So he's gone past the rock. The wave doubles up through here. Bit of a double turn there. So Tenchi, not really the high points. He's already banked a 3, and he will add to his total there. He's in the lead. Ketut Agus is chasing a 6.75. And speaking of Kian Martin earlier, the Swedish surfer is down having a chat with our own Daiwako on the sidelines right now.
Congratulations. So now you're the first contender of the men's final. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, so to be honest, the semi-final is probably the scariest heat because you're one heat away from the finals. But I don't know why. It was the first semi I had that I felt good. I had good feelings that waves were going to come to me, and they did. I just wanted to surf, have fun, enjoy the moment, and take my time, no stress. And it kind of went together like slowly, and I kind of had a good control of the heat. But I can't believe it. First finalist in India, so I'm excited. I'm going to get ready for the finals, hydrate, stay away from the sun, and go huge in the finals. So I'm ready. Let's go.
The surf has been improving a lot, getting bigger. So how is it out there?
Yeah, so that's kind of like the bonus, like the first day we had was a bit small and onshore, but each day gets better and better. And yesterday I thought it was like the best day ever, and then today's even bigger. So I love that. The bigger it gets, the better for me. I feel like for my surfing too, I suit like more powerful waves. So it's kind of coming into favor, and today's kind of like, I don't think it gets any better for a contest. Like man-on-man heats, head-high waves, consistent, and like the boys are ripping, so that's pushing me a lot to do my best. And each heat I keep finding more rhythm, so let's rest and save it all and go as big as we can for the final. I'm ready.
Great. Any message to your fans and supporters back in your country?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone that's watching, all my friends and family that support me to get here, all my sponsors too that support my surfing and my traveling and everything. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you so much to everyone behind the scenes, all the local guys here, everyone like on the beach. And yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
We will go on hold.
All right, cheers. Dai, tusen tak, muito obrigado, and terima kasih. They are Kian Martin's 3 languages, and you know the Echo Beach in Canggu will be rallying behind their man right now. Him and all his Grom mates. Well, actually, they're not Groms anymore. I've just known them that bloody long, but all the crew at Billabong and on board back in Bali will be pretty thrilled to see Kian through to the business end of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. And I guess you could draw a bit of a parallel there. A Swedish pro surfer is almost like an Indian surfer as well.
Pretty much, you know, except the Indian pro surfer doesn't get a lot of time to spend time away from, you know, outside his home environment. A Swedish cricketer maybe gets to travel a bit more. There's a lot of, surprisingly, there's a lot of cricket in Europe, in some of the associate member countries like, you know, Germany, Finland. And there's surf. I mean, there's cricket on your doorstep if you're playing, believe it or not, Sweden cricket, or cricket for Sweden. So there's opportunity. I think the Indian surfers are, up until now, the Surf Federation of India has certainly raised this game. It's been incredibly supportive, putting an Indian team together, surfing team together, and giving these guys an opportunity to experience conditions outside India, which is amazing.
Getting to know a few of the surfers from India this week. Seems like they're all also fishermen and skateboarders.
Well, 100%, you know, and I think, oh, this looks like
okay, here goes Tenchi Iwami from deep downtown. This is a big wave, but yeah, more quantity than quality on that one. And Tenchi comes off the bottom and kicks out. Quick little update. His last wave was, or previous wave was a 3, so he's in the lead. Katut Agus just has a 2, so a very sleepy start to our second semi-final. 22 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, we've got small kids, well, from 16, 13, 4 or 6 and 8, and they're all on skateboards, they're all on snowboards. They ride a board of some sort wherever they can, and the kids here in India, especially along the east coast here, have certainly grown up on a board. And you know, and that's the amazing thing, what surfing has provided. It's provided an outlet other than fishing, because most of these kids grew up, their fathers were fishermen and their fathers before them. So it's a kind of way of life that they were almost destined to be a part of. And it's a really hard life. I mean, these kids work really hard as youngsters, helping out. And it's a situation where now they have opportunity to do something that they really love. And that again is something that I'm really grateful for, what the Surf Federation and surfing as a sport and as a community. You know, it's always blown us away. Whether he's in a skate park in Sweden, you know, Nathan goes out at age 6 on the board, and you're always a bit worried he's going to get underfoot. But everybody in the boarding community has always been so supportive of each other.
Yeah, I was surfing yesterday with a young local girl called Kamali, who's 14. And I asked her how long she'd been surfing for, and she confidently replied 10 years. So growing up surfing a point break like this from age 4, some kids have all the luck, don't they?
Well, there used to be a little half pipe in this part of the village, and she, Kamali Skater, is her Instagram handle, I think, you know. So she was always been known as somebody that's been on a board, and now that she's progressed onto the waves, she's certainly showing all the time spent on the skateboard and a very limited sort of facility, what it can do for her. So, you know, I think it's been amazing. She certainly has. In the local comp on the weekend, there was a 6-year-old girl in the Groms division. So amazing that these young girls are feeling confident enough to get in the water and just do what they love.
Yeah, fantastic. As someone like yourself who's, you know, obviously got an incredibly high-powered sports background and has seen, you know, cricket at the highest level and just the huge machine of an organisation that it is. How encouraging is it for a grassroots movement like surfing in India to have an event like this one come to Mahabalipuram and just show maybe an Indian general public that aren't totally aware of how serious surfing is as a sport?
Well, it's really hard to describe it, because for many years, for 9 years, we've had the Surf Music Yoga Festival up at Surf Turf at Covalong Point.
Here goes Tenchiawami again. This is, it's only a small wave now, but if he can get past the rock, it might stand up and run. And there he goes, climbs up and over the foam. So 2 turns so far. Now he finds the open face once again, and this one will bite the bottom and continue to run down the shallow sandbank. And this is going to be a decent number for Tenchiawami. His 3-point wave is long gone. How much can he add to that by? Big finish as well. Releases the tail. He'll kick out of that one confidently. Right now, he's got a decision to make. Does he guts it into the beach and do the runaround, or does he go the paddle? There is quite a current in play, and it looks like he's going to take that one on with 19 minutes to run. So the advantage well and truly with Tenchiawami now. He's got a 5.75. He's got another number to come. Katuta Gus has the lineup all to himself. He has priority, but just a 2-point ride to his name. So yeah, back to the impact that an event like this can have on surfing in India. As we see the replay quickly, sorry. This is, so Tenchi gets out on the open face. This is all kind of set-up work. Once you get past the rock is where the action starts to happen. That was a cool little flick of the tail, just showing the judges he's well and truly got his board under control. Vertically up into the lip, moving so fast the camera couldn't quite keep track with him. And now he just works his way through the gears, and then the big finish on the end section, and that's going to be a very well compiled wave for a decent number for the surfer in blue, the young gun from Japan, Tenchiawami. And you can see the ridge in the face right there is a direct refraction off the back of Horse Rock. And then once you get past that, things start to speed up a little bit, and you can really put your foot down. Great shape as the tide starts to run out, and this is going to be a decent number for Tenchiawami. It's going to be more than a decent number. We're threatening the excellent range here. He's currently got an 8.75 total. That's going to be blown to bits once the last number drops in. There it is, an 8 for Tenchiawami. So yes, in the excellent range. An 8 and a 5.75. He's a mile out in front of Katuta Gus, who has priority and now needs 2 fresh waves totaling 13.75 if he is to make it an all-Balinese final here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Yes, to get back to your question with regards to what this does and how it changes things, is that for the first 5 or 6 years, that festival was literally about the music and the yoga and, oh, there's some guys in the ocean. And then after the pandemic, they held a surf, because obviously the restrictions with regards to crowds and number of people allowed together, they held a standalone surf event, and were blown away. This is now 2021. Blown away by the support that came out just for the surfing alone. So I think that's a big indication for us in India, the growth of surfing. But the most important thing about this is that the quality of surfers in the lineup that we have here in the men's and the women's, it allows the local surfers, whether they're competing or free surfing before and after and around the event, to sit in the water, surf with these great athletes. And I think that is something that is just, you just can't measure that, the value of sitting, watching, not participating against, but just being in the ocean with some of these great athletes. And I mean, I got goosebumps. My 13-year-old Timothy, he was sitting here and he was just rattling off names of guys, it looks like this and he surfed like that. And it's insane. I mean, he left after a week or 8 days in Mahabs, and this is an experience at age 13 that he will never forget.
Yeah, and it's a two-way streak. There's surfers and all of us from the WSL who've come here. We're learning a lot from the local community as well. You know, obviously the culture and everything around town, but even in the water, this is a tricky wave. It's definitely got many faces, many moods. It works differently on different tides. There's a freaking rock in the middle of the wave. Like there's plenty of local knowledge to be gained from sitting and watching just how the surfers do it who spend their lives here. All right, here goes Katuta Gus, needing to get his campaign back on track. We see that little fade just to try and get the little bounce off the white water and see if the wave will run for him, because it is a wave in 2 parts. You've got to get to the rock, and then you've got to navigate around it. If you do it well, you come flying out of that section with speed to burn. If your wave goes a little bit funky, you cop what Katut just did then, and it just dissipates and backs off. So the gods who are operating out of the nearby shore temple are not throwing Katuta Gus too many favours in the first 20 minutes of this heat, but there is still plenty of time remaining. 15 minutes to go. It's Tenchiawami with an 8 and a 5.75 who's in the lead. Katuta Gus is chasing 2 waves that total that 13.75 score. 15 minutes to go. And here is Tenchi Iwami. He's really in the rhythm at the moment. First turn right in front of the rock. Now he skates over that flat section. Bit of a carve. And now this one will run down the beach. How far is it going to run? Just the one section, but he punches it again. And he'll be asking the judges if they might just upgrade that 5.75 and make things a little bit tougher once more for Ketut Agus. There is the beautiful shore temple on the headland and the fishing boats in the foreground. And honestly, surf venues don't come much more attractive than that.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you come from a cricketing environment. There's always arguments about where is the best venue in the world to play cricket. I mean, Adelaide is right up there. Obviously, playing at Lords is pretty special for touring teams. It was always perceived to be the home of cricket. But the interesting thing, Kolkata in India, Eden Gardens, is an insane place to play when the crowd are on fire.
All right, this is Tenchi Iwami, looking to get rid of his 5.75. Wasn't too many high points, but it was a very fluently surfed wave from start to finish. Touch and go with me as to whether he bests his opening 5.75. Ketut Agus, however, would have killed for a wave like the one that Tenchi just had. As you can see him paddling back up the beach. He has a score to come. Not sure that we saw that wave. What's the ground in the north of India with the Himalayas in the background?
Dharamshala. It's an exceptional place to play cricket.
All right, this is the replay of Ketut Agus's last wave. Bit of a layback chop to get things going. Skates down the line. That carve was kind of cool. Got the tail slide in. Again, he loves doing that turn. Vertically up into the lip. That was right in Tenchi's face as Tenchi is still doing the long paddle back. So this is well and truly going to be Ketut Agus's best wave. He needs more than a 4.75 to get out of the combination, and he's done it pretty nicely, so that's going to be a decent number. This is not the continuation of what we saw earlier. We've jumped back to the start of the wave in case you thought this had somehow turned into Jeffreys Bay. And here goes Ketut Agus down the line. And yeah, the last score for Tenchi Iwami has just dropped. It's a 6.75, so a very impressive 14.75 total from Tenchi. Ketut needs over a 4.75 to get himself out of the combination. He's done it handsomely. A 6.4. So we have a ball game on our hands with 12 minutes 15 to go. Tenchi Iwami, an 8 and a 6.75. Ketut Agus, the 6.4 we just saw. He now requires an 8.35. That would be the best wave of the heat if he's to get through to the final with 12 minutes to go. Tenchi would love to upgrade his 6.75 and make life really tough for Ketut. But this one is very evenly poised. Tenchi Iwami would be confident but not comfortable at this point. 12 minutes to run. Speaking of Jeffreys Bay, it's the iconic South African wave. It's been a fixture on the WSL Championship Tour for years. Have you had the chance to surf there?
I have had the chance to surf there. Not very productive. Well, not productively. I'm certainly somebody who surfs for exercise and to ensure that I join the family and the kids especially, because they all just are amped every time. We spent a lot of time in St. Francis Bay, and this year during the J Bay at the Open we were there as a family for a week. So yeah, have managed to surf, really enjoyable. With the SA20, when South Africa actually hosted the IPL, I took Matthew Hayden down every morning down to Jeffreys for a bit of a surf. And in fact, the one flight that he had to catch, he literally had to drop him off at the airport. He called the manager to say, listen, pack my bags, please. I'll meet you at the airport. Jonty will drop me there. Because Jeffreys Bay, when it's firing, there's no such thing as one more wave. Really tough to get out the water.
And that one wave goes for hundreds of metres. You end up miles from where you started. It is, I think if you took a poll of anyone involved in the WSL who travels around with a championship tour, if you could go to any one event, it would be a 90% in favour of J Bay. And I'm not just saying that to impress you or anything like that. It is just magic in that part of the world. You live in Cape Town these days?
Correct. We spent 2 years in Sweden, so I didn't see much surf there. We saw a lot of boarding up in the mountains. Nathan, even at 6, we got there, he was 4. He loved his snowboarding, leaving us behind now, as kids do on a skate, almost on a skate snowboard. But we, my wife and I, Melanie, we longboarders, so Newsenberg is a great spot For a longboarding community, we have a home it's a kilometre away. It faces the ocean with a mountain behind. But the youngsters now, they've got two different. There's Dangers, which is a beach break, and then there's Cork Bay Reef, which is a pretty gnarly reef break, which the 13 and the 16-year-olds spend their life or every day off or afternoon off from other sports, and literally walk from home.
All right, let's have a look at this wave pouring down into the arena. And how much time every year do you think you spend here in India?
Well, the IPL takes a big chunk of that. It's become 10 weeks. There's now 10 teams in the IPL. So
And
it's
you
extended
coach?
that. I coach a Lucknow team, so they've had 2 years. They one of the new franchises in the IPL. So I had 9 years with Mumbai Indians, a 2-year break, and then 3 years with Punjab, and now with Lucknow. So Lucknow, the only thing, sadly, it's a long way from the ocean, but we do get to come down to Chennai to play CSK. Even in Hyderabad and Vizag, I try and get to the ocean as often as I can, which is not that frequent in the IPL.
I was talking to Arun Vasu from the Indian Surfing Federation the other day, and he was saying he's talked to MS Dhoni about coming down here to surf. He tried to get in Virat Kohli's ear, but unfortunately King Kohli can't swim.
Well,
For one of the world's most famous athletes.
And it's something that, Australia, South Africa, we spend a lot of time outdoors and in swimming pools or in the ocean, and as a part of our sort of school upbringing, we had to pass swimming certificates 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a lot of youngsters in India don't get this opportunity. I mean, during the IPL, we had a few days off, in fact, a 7-day break in the middle of the IPL.
All right, here goes Tenchi Iwami. He would love to get rid of his 675 and really grab this one by the scruff of the neck. First turn was good. Wave gets a little bit sleepy past Horse Rock. Forced to link through some S-turns, and now, as it does with this little bit more swell, starts to push further down the line, releases the tail, throws up the air reverse. We saw Kian Martin land one of those in the previous heat, but unfortunately not to be for Tenchi on that time, and that won't go into his top 2. Yeah, so Jonty, tell me, there's over 1 billion people here in India. There's 7,000 kilometres of coastline, and as we can see here, there's waves. Well, that is a frightening amount of potential.
It is, absolutely, and there's even places like Lakshadweep, which is an island. There's the Andamans, so that's from a point of view where it's not just that 7,000 kilometers of coastline. There is potential, especially now that surfing is an Olympic sport, and I think that's the one thing that's kind of awoken the sleeping giant, which is Indian government when it comes to sport. Because if they put their weight behind it, anything in India that starts to gain traction, it just grows exponentially. So I think that for me is really exciting, that we can get government involved, financing and funding, and looking after a sport as small as surfing in India. It's a massive step. And you spoke about Arun Vasu earlier on as the Surf Federation of India's president. He has taken the last 2 years, his tenure in this position has certainly taken our surfing infrastructure to this level where we can quite comfortably say, if you bring the WSL QS 3000 points, we will host you an event. And I think we couldn't have said that with confidence 3-4 years ago. Where surfing, I mean, the people involved were really passionate. They almost literally, though, just ran their own surf schools. We all wanted to grow the sport here, but didn't quite know how to do that. And Arun has just connected the dots through his business networks, through his government contacts, and it's been incredible to see this sort of event being run. And hopefully, from a visitor's perspective, you guys have enjoyed it as much as we've had, as much as we've enjoyed hosting you.
Oh, book me my ticket back next year. Here's hoping that this first showcase has been a good one and that we can lock in a contract for years to come. You have a role with the Indian Surfing Federation as well. You're not just a mascot and a cheerleader.
Well, pretty much a mascot and a cheerleader. I think from a point of view, and possibly it might even be dissipating my influence, because the first 8 years that I was involved with the Surf Federation as somebody who could bring some marketing potential or value, I get 9 questions about cricket and 1 about surfing. So we'd always have a sort of press conference and the build-up and during the surfing event that we hosted. Whereas now, yesterday I had a few journalists chatting to me. There were 9 questions about surfing and 1 about cricket. I mean, it's a World Cup year, India hosting it, and not a single thing about cricket. So
Australia
incredible.
are winning it.
But I heard something in my ear. There was some muttering here. Thank you, Chris. Well, South Africa won't even have a moral victory. I mean, I know there's been contention around, England and Australia with regards to moral victories, but South Africa, we can't even claim that when it comes to an ICC event.
All right, there is 5 minutes remaining. Getting back to India, 7,000 kilometres of coastline, most importantly 2 coastlines. So we're here on the east coast, and as we can see in front of us, and then all the way down to Pondicherry. Plenty of waves in this part of the world. They cop the same swells in this kind of August to October run that Sri Lanka does. Then over on the west coast, you've got Goa, and is it Mangalore?
Yep.
Plenty of great waves around there too in a different time of the year.
Yeah, and even further south at the tip of India, there's Kerala as well. So they've got waves that, they're fortunate because they are almost dead south. They have got two different coasts. They can get waves at any time of the year. So there is a lot of potential, and I think what Arun is doing is connecting everybody within the surf community, because it's very strong here, obviously, on the east coast. And then Mangalore is almost standalone, but surf schools are popping up all over the place. As the young surfers, young village kids who take on surfing, we certify them, and I think it's a big thing that's been a process, is that we certify the coaches and the trainers.
All right, here goes Katuragus. He's on the hunt for an 8.35. It's going to need to be the best wave of the heat so far. He cannot afford to hold back, and the wave is doing him some favours now after not cooperating for the first 30 minutes of this heat. Katut, he's got some work to do. He'll hope that this stands up and gives him a couple more sections to get the rails singing. Big finish coming up. He hits it, and he hits it nicely. Rides out, stands tall, gives it a little fist pump, partly in celebration for his wave, partly to try and convince the judges that should be the best wave of the heat so far. An 8.35 is the requirement. I'm not going to go near that. I'm going to leave that to the guys in the glass box next to us to make a call on. Here is the replay. So he took off nice and deep, open face carve to get things going, puts the foot down, a little bit of flat water as he goes past the rock. That was a nice little bonus section, and now he gets some speed up. So he took off on this one a really long way back over near the seawall, and a little bit of a dead down section here, and then links it through to the inside and got the big finish. That's definitely going to be Katut Agus's best wave. An 8.35 is a huge requirement. 2.44 to go. He'll be a long way down the line as well to try and get back if he does need a score. Oh, okay, the judges have got a decision to make, and, well, I'm not overly impressed by the looks of things. A 5.65, so it's tightened the gap, but it doesn't change the situation. Katut Agus is still looking for an 8.35 with 2 minutes 20 to go. Jonty, in your time, did cricket ever turn up in the Commonwealth Games or it was never in the Olympics?
Commonwealth Games, Malaysia, 1998.
Did you play?
I didn't play. I actually, embarrassed to say, I took time off, and South Africa won the gold medal and my teammates just told me probably the best tournament they've ever been involved in, and not because we won a gold medal, but just incredible having athletes from different sports all together in an environment. And I think from a perspective where cricket players in the late 90s weren't really known for their athleticism, not everybody ran around at speed, and just seeing these international athletes who obviously sacrificed so much to get in the positions that they were, made a lot of the cricket guys just appreciate the opportunity that they had to play sport at the top level without having to sacrifice a lot of the lifestyle that a lot of the boys had.
All right, here goes Katut Agus. He's still chasing an 8.35. It's going to take something pretty spectacular. Expect him to aim for the skies right now. There it is. Rides out of the reverse. Can he keep going down the line? Oh, he needs the wave to give him a little bit more. Checking the watch. He knows he's now got a minute left. Oh, where was that last section on his previous wave? He's milked this for all it's worth. He's given it another bit of a fist pump. Again, I think that's a little bit of showmanship, trying to sell it. We are inside the last minute. Well, he's definitely keeping it lively. This one is in the hands of the judges. The word has just come through. We are going to go on hold at the end of this heat. So, much like we did yesterday, just when the high tide comes into play, it slows things down a little bit. The scoreline wouldn't reflect that. These guys have been tearing the guts out of the waves on offer here at Mahab's Point. But the exciting news is if we give it an hour or so, much like we did yesterday, those heats afterwards when the water's starting to drain out, This is the replay of Katut's last wave. Still waiting on the score to come in. We could be in for two incredible finals. So last score comes in for Katut. It matches his high score. He will finish his campaign at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open with a pair of 6.4s, but it is Tenchi Iwami from Japan with an 8 who has gone through to the final. So we are going to have a little quick break, probably for an hour or so. Keep checking back in the webcast for the call. Jonty Rhodes, how excited are you to see the finals play out here at the first ever WSL event in India?
Well, I'll be keeping my ear tuned because as a non-competitive surfer, I'm still learning with regards to points and what's scoring on the waves, but just incredible. Seeing the athletes, what they can do on this wave, because we've always known that it's a good wave for surfing, but can I just get a petition started, rename that rock from Horses to Haydos's Rock, and I'll send you the footage of Matthew Hayden getting wrapped around that.
Please send us the footage. We would love to see that. All right, well, 2 heats to go. Thank you very much for your hospitality this week and everything that you're doing with the Indian Surfing Federation. We're all blown away by how professional you guys are, how enthusiastic everyone is, how polished everyone is, and just how great the event has been so far. We've got 2 more heats to go to crown some winners, and hopefully we keep coming back for years to come. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, brother.
Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way. The finals inbound.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a
All right, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We are kicking off the women's final. Shino Matsuda and Sarah Wakita in the water. Chris Binns and Jessie Starling in the booth. And what are we looking forward to out there in the final, Jessie?
Yeah, the waves have been pretty good. We went on hold with the high tide. It's something we've done most days of the competition. It just gets a little bit slow and not as consistent for our surfers. So we have been seeing scores needed, but waves not coming through. So good call by the head judge and the head of the event, I'd say, to call that one off. So yeah, back on with the women's final. It's Shino Matsuda and Sarah Wakita. A really exciting matchup, goofy footer versus regular footer.
Yeah, so yesterday ran to a similar script. We had 6 heats and we split them in half, 3 and 3, with a pause in the middle of the day for, well, it's still 11 o'clock, mid-morning to let the high tide play out. And we've done the same right now. The peak of the high tide kind of fills everything in and slows everything down a little bit. We're through that now. The tide is starting to run out, and hopefully it means that the conditions are optimal, much as they were yesterday in those couple of men's quarterfinals we saw that were the peak of the action so far in the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Here goes Shino Matsuda, the recently provisionally qualified Olympic surfer. She's from Japan. She's a goofy footer, and she is in the lead with 1 turn to her name. That'll flip the priority disc in favour of the natural footer, Sarah Wakita, in the blue jersey. She lives in Hawaii, but is proudly Japanese. And we have a pretty evenly fought affair coming up between these two. Two of the, most well-known Japanese surfers sort of this generation. They would have surfed 1,000 heats against each other over the years. And now they're duking it out in the final 3,000 qualifying series points. And, there's Shino Matsuda. I'm not sure if that was a replay or live action.
Yeah, 2 quick waves from the surfer in red. The judges, with the scores dropping in for that first one, looking like they were going to reward that really nice one backhand turn from Shino. Here's the replay of the first wave, I believe. Oh no, this is the last wave. So just another one-turn wave for our surfer in red. That first wave locking in at a 5. We'll see what this comes in at, but here's the replay again. So just pushing off that back foot, kind of just tapping off the foam on that one, looking more down the line, and it didn't open up, but I like how she got 2 waves pretty quickly, so a 3.25 for the second wave.
Yep, so a 2-wave total of 8.25. Sarah Wakita yet to fire a shot. And guessing this is the replay of Shino Matsuda's first wave, the 5-point ride. It was just the one turn. Little wobble coming out of it. Had to wind down the windows a little bit, and if there was any chance of sticking with that one further down the line, she undid that with the little bobble. But 5 points, it was a big turn, and that is the best wave of the final so far.
Yeah, got off to a quick start for Shino. Sarah has been really consistent throughout the whole draw, you know, finishing every one of her waves. Not so much 8s and 9s being dropped by Sarah, like we've seen Shino score a couple 8s, but she's just been so consistent. Here she goes up and riding on her first wave for this final. So beautiful opening carve into a second, hitting a bit of wobble from the backwash of that horse rock. Unfortunately, she can't get over it. Usually we do see a bit of a double up if you can get over that little bit of wobble. So she was looking for an 8.25 for one score to get to the lead, so she'll definitely chip away at that requirement.
And this is the replay. So she put the foot down, had plenty of speed. First turn, open pace carve was great. This was a little bit of a setup turn because she knew that wobble was coming from the backwash that's generated by the rock. Horse's Rock, or as Jonty Rhodes, the cricketing legend, was telling us in the booth in the last heat, he's pushing for it to be called Haydos Rock. His Australian cricket legend Matthew Hayden, he brought him down here to go surfing and he splattered himself all over it.
We were just talking about this the other day. We haven't seen anyone hit the rock, but Jonty's seen it.
Yeah, well, you see these guys in the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, professional surfers. Matthew Hayden and Jonty Rhodes, professional cricketers, landlubbers.
Yes.
But yeah, it's an interesting lesson in bathymetry is Horses Rock, because if you ever look at a dead straight beach and wonder why there's no waves, you need these little obstacles and protuberances from the seafloor that create all kinds of sandbanks and rips and currents and whatnot. And you can see if that rock wasn't there, the point would run truly from start to finish, but maybe, you know, the sand, it does build up there. It gives you that speedy section straight afterwards. It can kill a wave that you're on before you get there. We'd imagine that when the swell is bigger, like this rock will this wave will comfortably sail past Horses Rock, you know, because it was breaking so much further out to sea. And this is Sarah Wakita's second score. This might well be the best wave of the heat. That was the turn of the heat, and Sarah Wakita is back in the ball game with 29 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, that was really powerful surfing from Sarah. It's what I was touching on before. She's been really consistent throughout the entire event, you know, making sure she completes every one of her rides. Here's the replay. So she got this way down the point on the left side of Horses Rock. So nice opening carve. I really like that one. She puts a little bit more into it. And here she gets a bit of a down the line float so that she can really put the money on this end section. Yeah, and lays everything on the line, and I think that's going to pay off for her. Looking for a 4.51, so I think it's safe to say she'll get that.
Yeah, this is the drone shot. As we said, she this one was breaking a lot further out. No worries where the rock was concerned. And then this is the money turn right at the end. Cracks it. And beautifully done by Sarah Wakita. Just waiting on that score to come in. 28 and a half minutes still to run.
Now, unfortunately, I missed semi-final number 2, but I thought it was a really even matchup between Katut and Tenchi. You were lucky enough to commentate it. Any review on semi-final number 2?
It was pretty one-sided, to be honest. Katut, of course, was playing catch-up for the majority. Tenchi had the 8 that really sort of broke the heat open. Backed it up with a 6.75. Katut had a pair of 6.4s. Speaking of sixes, Sarah Wakita's last wave comes in at a flat 6. So she moves into the lead. She's got a 6 and a 3.75. Shino Matsuda has a 5 and a 3.25. With 27 minutes 40 to run, you'd think that both women would be happy to lose all of their scores and start again. This is Sarah Wakita doing the long run around. We did see her catch that wave from the left of the screen right now, out behind Horses Rock, and it does run a long way down the beach. Some of the waves finish up in front of Mumu's Surf School. Mumu is a local surfing legend around here. Gave up competing 2 years ago, otherwise he would definitely be in the mix, but yeah, his surf school is right on the beach, and you know you've done well when you kick out in front of it, because that is a mighty distance.
Yeah, just saw Mumu actually pop his head in. He's come down to watch the final action down here today at Mahab's Point. It looks like we might have a little bit of a line coming through, and yeah, here goes Shino. So she is looking for a 4.76. Yeah, that one just hitting a bit of wobble. She took it just to the right of Horse Rock, which I think sometimes, unless it's the bigger ones that run a bit further out past the rock, they stand up quite nicely. It looked like one of those inside ones where she was definitely was going to have to navigate the backwash coming off the rock. So I'd say good call for Shino to get back out there, regain first priority, and maybe paddle up the point a little bit to see if she can find herself one of those best looking waves.
All right, 26 minutes to run.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to pick a winner for the men's final.
I've got to separate the heart and the head here, because I have known Kian since he was a Grom. I'm not trying to fence it, but it is an incredibly even affair, this one. The two guys have been on fire. Kian filled the highlight reel yesterday during his quarterfinal, and he looked like he took plenty of confidence from that into the semis. Tenchi did the same, however, so it's really coming into a big crescendo for the ultimate heat. Yeah. I'm going to say that Kian will win, but I'm also going to say that I could easily be wrong.
Yeah, I think both surfers look really confident. You know, neither look nervous or even just a little bit frazzled going into the final, even the semi-finals. Raiha Onu for Kian was his semi-final matchup, and he'd been one of the tougher draws, I'd say, in the event, but we'll get back to that in just a second. Here goes Sarah. So she looking to better 3.75. That won't do it, just an up and out, but probably put her in a better position to where she was. A lot of the locals telling me that there's not a lot going on off the wall. You kind of want to be in the middle, so I feel like that might put her in a bit of a better position.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing going back to Kian and Tenchi that I think stood out about their performances this week, they've just been surfing against themselves. They haven't been too phased by whatever their opponent's up to. Even yesterday, Kian's heat, Joe Azuki came out of the gates with, I think it was a 7.75, and Kian did not let that bother him one bit. It just fired him up, if anything. It would have been easy to get rattled when your opponent opens up like that, but wasn't the case. He took inspiration from it. Here goes Shino Matsuda. She's down to second, skates past Horses Rock. Now the wave hopefully will run for her, and I've jinxed it. One section, and she comes off. So advantage, Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty big score if she was able to hold on to that last turn. I really love how technically clean and class her backhand is. You know, you see her back leg really bent in, and she puts her hand in the wall for the bottom turn. So here's the replay. That first turn, there is nothing wrong with that. That turn is technically perfect.
And then, yeah, racing down the line, like you said, looking for this section, has to navigate coming down with the lip and a bit of backwash, unfortunately coming unstuck, but needing a 4.76. She has got a 5 for 1 turn in this heat already, so we'll see what the judges feel about that first turn. But I think if she definitely landed this turn, it would have been a situation change for sure.
Okay, so score was a 4.25. Here goes Sarah Wakita. She's got priority. Paddles in, has a look, decides she'd rather hang on to priority, so kicks out, and she'll regain the P next to her name very shortly. 22 minutes remaining.
You can see where Sarah's sitting at the moment. I feel like that's the prime position for those bigger, wider ones that seem to link the whole way through. You know, we saw Kian definitely maximise on those conditions yesterday. I believe he got an 8 in his quarterfinal yesterday.
Sure did. Got a 7.25 and an 8.
Yeah, I think the waves that he was on, definitely what the girls are looking for. A little bit different than conditions today, but still plenty of opportunity. It still looks really fun out there. I know I'd love to surf a heat right now. And I actually just got a glimpse of the trophies, and they look very cool.
I've been wondering about the trophies. Any hints as to what we're looking at?
Circle. That's your hint. I don't want to give it away, but circle is your only hint.
It's a cricket ball.
Yes. No, just kidding.
It's a pizza.
Yes. A pizza tray.
So the coolest trophies I've seen this year, we were in La Union in San Juan in the Philippines at the start of the year. And there's this fantastic mode of public transport in the Philippines called a jeepney, which are the old jeeps that the American soldiers left behind have been converted into buses. So if you cross like an old school jeep with like, you know, the American Sesame Street school bus kind of thing, you jam the front of the jeep on the bus, and then you sort of shorten it. You pimp my ride it a little bit. You put graffiti all over it, and you know, put some devil horns on it or whatever. That's a jeepney, and the trophies at the event were little jeepneys.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds pretty cool. Here goes Sarah Wakita, hoping to get her hands on the first place trophy. Right now, she's got it. That was a great turn from surfer in blue, representing Japan. Grew up in Hawaii. Wow, 2 really great turns on that wave. Opting to paddle back out this time. She is a fair way down the point.
Yeah, she had a little moment. You could almost see the cogs ticking over, where she was like, oh, do I stick with this one and squeeze out another couple of half turns and then do the run around, or do I just cut it short right now and do the paddle? And she's obviously decided that's the option. The advantage of paddling back is that you can pick up those waves further down the point that maybe your opponent has turned their nose up at. You can't catch any waves when you're running around on the sand, but there's quite a strong current out there. So if you do the run around and sneak up the inside of the wall, paddle out, you're at the top of the point, and the current can push you back down the point. Save a little bit of energy, but you're doing yourself out of those opportunities to pick up the unridden gems that often sneak through the area when you're in a 2-person heat.
Yeah, that last score just came through for Sarah, and it's the best one of the heat, a 7.5. So a commanding lead now over Shino. Shino needs a 8.5. So 18 minutes, plenty of time. She can definitely break that down to 2 scores. But yeah, the judges are rewarding Sarah's really crisp surfing on that last wave.
Yeah, so massive advantage right now to Sarah Wakita. A 7.5 and a 6. She's in that beautiful position where she can just chip away, just, take off, sit and wait, drop anchor, once she gets priority back, and try and upgrade that 6. She doesn't need to catch anything that looks subpar for the time being. She's not having to scratch. And, she can upgrade that 6. It's going to make things very tough for Shino Matsuda. She's got some thinking to do now. She's got priority, but really with a 5 and a 4.25 in the final of a QS 1000, neither of those scores are keepers. So she'd be thinking she needs to start again. Still plenty of time to go. 17 minutes 45 to run. Shino Matsuda is going to have to make some decisions when the next set of waves head our way.
Yeah, both the caught 5 waves, so it's not like either of them haven't had the opportunity, but yeah, Sarah just getting the better opportunity out of all the waves. Shino, I really feel like if she had landed that second turn on her 4.25, that 8.5 would be a lot less of a challenge than what it is right now. But her backhand for me has been one of the most impressive through the whole event, so I'm not writing her up anytime soon. It's the perks of a 35-minute heat. Still plenty of time.
Yeah, 35 minutes, 2 surfers in the water, plenty of waves, rolling down a 200-metre long playing field. There is opportunity galore. We have seen some slow heats, such are the vagaries of the tides, but haven't seen too many surfers starved of opportunity. Haven't seen anyone needing a 2 and sitting there for 10 minutes and not getting their 2.
No, you're not wrong. There's definitely been enough for every surfer to score at least one good to excellent score in each heat. It's just whether or not they capitalise on their opportunity. I know yesterday we saw one who I thought was probably going to take it to the final, Daiki Tanaka, unfortunately fell on a wave. He was looking for a 4 and fell on a wave. And definitely, if he had capitalised on that opportunity, I think we would have seen a different story today. He was really impressive to me. But just the pressure getting to him. I think it was quarterfinal 4 against Katut Agus. Quarterfinal 3, whatever one.
Yeah, there's been a few heats where it's pretty easy to trace back where things went wrong for the losing surfer. It's generally they've fallen on a section that if they'd ridden out of it, they would have got the score that they needed. Might not have been on the last wave, but it might have been on a key wave at some point across the heat. Yeah, I was talking to head judge. Well, Ty Conahan is not the head judge at this event, but he
This is a pretty fun wave, and I definitely think for the Sri Lankans, if there's an event here again, it's almost an advantage to be able to just pop up here. It's not too far from Colombo.
Well, if you lived in Colombo, you could get here quicker than you could get to the East Coast.
Yeah, just one flight.
Because that drive is something else.
I know, from Colombo to Arrogam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it.
You look on the map and you're like, oh yeah, a couple of 100 Ks. This should be a couple of hours.
No.
10 hours later.
It's a full day
Are we
at
there
least.
yet? No. All right, 10 minutes to go. Shino Matsuda's last wave came in at a 4.25. Her first wave was a 5, and they are her 2 scores. She wants to get rid of them, and she's going to start going about that right now. Strong first turn. Flies past the rock. A little bit of localised backwash coming off Horse's Rock. Second turn was good, and this is going to be a decent number for Shino Matsuda. She'll be wanting to hold it together right to the end of the wave. It peters out in slightly deeper water, so that one bent away from her a little bit. We have seen some of those ones boomerang back in towards the beach and allow you a few more turns, but still, I think that's going to be one of Shino Matsuda's best waves, and it should narrow the gap between her and Sarah Wakita. Talk us through the replay.
Yeah, I really like this first turn. She used the steepest part of the wave. I love how much she drives through her back foot. Almost gets a little head dip. And yeah, she kind of just keeps tagging away, using up all the opportunity this wave has to offer. Finishes it off nicely. I think she definitely would have been looking for more of a solid end section, but I believe this was the best turn of the wave. So really good job to navigate that backwash from the rock. And then, yeah, tags it 3 more times to be able to lock in a 8.1 for the last wave of red. So she was looking for an 8.5. She scores an 8.1. Now only needing a 5.4. So things just got a lot more interesting for Sarah.
They sure did. Wow, Shino Matsuda, the best wave of the final, an 8.1. The judges loving her 2 strong turns, separated by a very fluent speed run past Horse's Rock. And yeah, they absolutely loved that one. It was very clean, crisp, precise surfing from the Japanese Olympian elect. And an 8.1 the result. Let's have another look at it now. So this turn was really clean. Big sheet of spray, really flying through that section. The accidental head dip, don't mind that. That turn was pretty good as well. And the third, just to sign off. And one last turn. So 4 turns doing the damage for Shino Matsuda. That has tightened this one right up. There's 0.4 of a point separating Sarah Wakita, who's in the lead, from Shino Matsuda, who is in second. Shino Matsuda now chasing a 5.4 for the win. Sarah Wakita wants to get rid of her 6 and upgrade her 2-wave total with 7 minutes and 15 to run.
Yeah, things just got really exciting. It was feeling like Sarah was sitting in a pretty confident and dominant position, but like we said, Shino's backhand is textbook. It's pretty much technically perfect.
What's her forehand like? Because we're going to see her in action at Chopu next year.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I haven't seen too much of her forehand. I would love to see her at Chopu having a crack. I think all the goofy footers will be stoked that it's at Chopu. Maybe the natural footers a little bit more nervous. I definitely know I would be nervous to serve Chopu.
I don't think Molly Picklum will be nervous. She'll put the helmet on and give it a red-hot crack on her backhand for the Aussies, as will Tyler Wright, the second of the Aussies. Carissa Moore qualifying for the US alongside...
It hasn't been decided. So it's down to the final 5 for the last CT spot. It's between Caroline and Katie, and whoever finishes higher gets the spot. So Caroline's sitting at world number 3.
So Katie has to beat Molly.
And then beat Caroline.
To have a shot at Caroline. Yeah, that's cool. So that heat will have a lot on the line if Katie can get past Molly.
The interesting fact is that Katie, on a man-to-man ratio,
she's beaten everyone in the top 5, right?
Everyone except Caroline.
Crazy.
Big points up for grabs.
I think I was explaining the other day, there never used to be any advantage for finishing 4th over finishing 5th because that is the first heat of the finals. But this year, if you finished 4th, you get priority.
Huh.
Which seems fair.
Yeah, that does seem fair.
All right, here goes Shino Matsuda looking to upgrade her 5 and really shake up the leaderboard. 2 turns to get things going. Gets a little bit caught behind the whitewater. Not sure that will replace her 5, but I could be wrong. 5 minutes to go. Sarah Wakita obviously turned her nose up at that one.
Yeah, I'd love to see if Sarah's paddling down the point to try and hold priority over Shino. Here's another replay. So she was chasing a 5.4, floats that section there, gets a nice snap in there. She was looking down the line for one more. Didn't offer her too much, so I'm not a judge. I'm not sure if it's the 5.4. We'll leave that one to the experts in the booth just up from us. So a 4.8 or 4, no, flat 4 for that last wave. So needs a little bit more than that. Maybe one more turn on that wave. She definitely would have come close to the 5.4. So 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Now it's not a battle of whether or not she can do it. It's just a battle of the clock. Maybe it looks like we've got a line coming for Sarah. So if she can beat this 6, then she will definitely be making Shino's life a lot harder. Beautiful first turn, releases the fins, unfortunately comes unstuck. And there was another section coming, so that could have been the way to up the ante for Shino. Now Shino out there, she'll probably establish first priority with 3 minutes 30 to go, so a 5.4 is not a big ask for the surfer in red.
Yeah, look forward to seeing the replay of this one. Sarah Wakita had a lot of time to think. She took off and was just highlining. Had speed to burn, and you could see her weighing up where exactly she wanted to place her first turn. This is the replay. So Sarah gets up. There's a little bit of a ridge in the face. Speed turn. She could have almost got a little check turn in there. Instead, she saved everything for that. And I think she was hoping that it wouldn't be such a punchy section and she could have come out and then got the bonus section. Instead, one big turn goes down minus score. And that will have little impact on the scoreboard apart from putting the P next to, you would imagine, Shino Matsuda's name. Yep, there it is. So she now has priority. She's chasing a 5.4. This, the tension builds because Shino Matsuda, we've just seen her drop an 8.1 and a 4. She needs to get in the middle of that with a 5.4 to move into the lead. She'd love to, get a 7 or another 8 and really make life tough for Sarah. And this is, anyone's ball game at this stage. Just over 2 minutes to run. Sarah Wakita is the current leader with a 7.5 and a 6. Shino Matsuda has the best wave of the final, an 8.1. She needs a 5.4. Sarah Wakita needs to upgrade her 6 to make things tougher. And, this is still a very wide open affair here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. The first WSL event to ever be held in India. It's a QS 3000, so 3,000 qualifying series points and $8,000 to the winner. 2,340 points to second, alongside $4,000 in your skyrocket. That's not a bad day at the office, especially when your office looks like the beautiful Mahab Point that we can see on screen right now.
Yeah, just over a minute to go. Here goes Sarah, looking to better a 6. Nice first carve, battling that backwash from the rock. She's looking to get the link up to really put the nail in the coffin for this one, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't write it off just yet. Now you can.
Yeah,
so under a minute to go. She looks up and she goes, I'm probably, she was tempted to paddle in and then went, no, I can't. You just don't want to be standing on the beach seeing your opponent sitting in the lineup by themselves when they're only chasing a 5.4. So she's done the right thing and paddled back out. She'll be beelining it over to Shino Matsuda, who will be frantically scouring the horizon, looking for any opportunity. She needs a 5.4, very attainable number for the Japanese goofy footer, but time in very short supply. 10 seconds remaining. Maybe Sarah Wakita was just getting her way out to the lineup so she can catch a victory wave, but Shino Matsuda is to her feet. I think this might be a little bit too late. Unfortunately, the backwash doing her no favours, and Horse's Rock comes into stark relief in the foreground. Hopefully Shino is okay. But Sarah Wakita is our first ever WSL victor here in India, taking out the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. And congratulations to Sarah. She's Japanese, spends a lot of her time in Hawaii, and the powerful natural footer will be thrilled with that result, Jessie.
Yeah, I think, you can't do better than first, so she'll be stoked to take those points home. She is on the Challenger Series, so whether or not she qualifies, this will go to her points for hopefully next year's qualification to get back on the Challenger Series. So, yeah, if I was Sarah, I'd be pretty happy to be in her position right now, and congratulations to both Sarah and Shino. Great performance from both the ladies.
Yeah, I think your sister True will be having a chat with Sarah when she makes her way into the beach. We're now shaping up for the men's final. Kian Martin and Tenchi Iwami. And don't go anywhere. That's going to come to us right after this quick break. The final of the men's division of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. After this quick announcement, we'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. That is Sarah Wakita getting chaired up the beach victorious after taking out the women's division here at Mahabalipuram. The right-hand point break worked in her favour. A great result for the natural footer. And Daiwako, tell us what you think is running through Sarah Wakita's mind right now.
She must be so happy out there. The last heat of the women's final was amazing. That was very entertaining heat.
So 3,000 qualifying series points for Sarah. And that has, well, here we go. Straight into action in the men's final. Kian Martin, vertical on the first section. Up into the lip on the second and squeezes in a little turn.
Wow.
Stands tall through the backwash. Had to navigate Horse's Rock that was coming into the picture very, very quickly. And straight out of the gates, Kian Martin has put some points on the board. I didn't even know the men's final had started. Talk us through this replay.
The replay for the red. That's nice vertical rip there and floats the section and finishes it off nicely. But I don't know how he managed that turn.
Did a really good job of sneaking that from under Tenchi Iwami's guard as well. Of course, no priority at the start of the heat. So, regulation surfing rules kind of apply. Closest to the peak, sitting deepest gets right of way, and that was clearly Kian.
Well, that's great start for surfer in red, Kian, and he got 6.0, and now live action for Tenshi Iwami. Unfortunately, he comes on stuck for the first turn.
Yeah, so advantage Kian Martin, a 6-point ride, the result for his first encounter. And Tenshiwami just the 1-point ride, and they're right next to each other. And look at Kian paddling. He is fired up. You could tell by his body language when he rode out of that first one. It wasn't really so much of a claim as just a bit of a rev up to himself, like, come on, let's do this thing. And why not? He's put 6 points on the board straight out of the gate. He won't want to hang on to that 6, but there's a little bit of a mental factor that comes into play, just sitting in the lead. Takes a little bit of the pressure off. Here goes Kian again on the inside, looking for a bit of a reform, and he's done well. Sails past Horses Rock, up into the lip. Will this wave run for him down the other side? It sure does. Stands up through to the inside. Nice floater for Kian, and that is 2 waves in the bank with less than 3 minutes off the clock. Kian Martin is in rhythm and feeling it here at Mahabalipuram.
Wow, he is in the rhythm. He got the second one, like inside double up one. Now here's a replay for the red. Floats the section, and nice cut back there, and straight into the last section. That was really nice floater for the last section.
Yeah, good bit of drama as well. The floater, gets mixed reviews, but this one was pretty critical. And Kian just put it down on the bolts to ride away, nice and smooth. The tail drop right there, just that little bit of drama and the little bit of garnish that adds that little half a point that can be helpful. It's not going to be a massive score for Kian, but it will be a second score and enough to extend his lead. Speaking of the lead, Sarah Wakita was in the lead at the end of the women's final, and she is talking to our own True Starling right now.
Sarah, you've taken out the first ever WSL event in India. The waves look super fun out there, and that final looked super challenging with Shino Matsuda. Talk to me about it and how you're feeling now.
Yeah, for sure. Going up against Shino, it's like one of the hardest battles. We've been battling out in the juniors so much over the past few years, so yeah, to have a final out here with her was super fun, and she got the 8-2, and I was so nervous, but yeah, I'm stoked to come out with the win.
And this whole heat, you've been battling with the surf, with the jellyfish, but you've come out on top. And for yourself, what does this mean for the rest of the year and, your plans and what you're going to get up to?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a hard week with this jellyfish, but the waves are super fun, so I couldn't get on the CS this year, so my goal is to get back on there. So to get the 3,000 points, it means a lot to me, and yeah, I'm happy with that.
Amazing. Well, do you want to say hi to anyone back at home? I know you've been saying hi to your dad and anyone in Japanese as well.
日本で応援してくれてる方ありがとうございます。本当にこれ優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。3000ポイントゲットできたので、今年の残りQS 何戦かあると思うので、気を引き締めてもっとポイントを稼ぎたいなって思ってます。今大会応援ありがとうございました。
Amazing. Well, congratulations, walking away with 3,000 points and the win here, Sarah Wakita. Back to you guys.
Yeah, beauty. Thank you very much, True, and congratulations, Sarah. And Di, what did Sarah sort of give as an insight just then in Japanese at the end?
She was very, very happy that she won the first event in India, and now she's main focus is to go back to the CS, and the 3,000 point means a lot to her. So thanks to everyone who supports her through the event.
All right, here goes Tenchi Iwami. Yet to really get his campaign on track. And now he's found a wave that offers him a few sections past the rock. And strong through those 2 turns. He is out of there. That will be comfortably his best wave. Tell us a little bit about Tenchi.
Yeah, Tenchi is still 18 years old, and he's up and coming surfer in Japan. And he is from Japan, and now here's a replay for Tenchi. Floats the section and trying to passing through the rock right there, And now open face big carve right there and straight into the last section and finishes off nicely. That is a good looking ride over there.
Yeah, so a lot of setup work. You have to time your run past the rock. And, obviously that worked out pretty well. And the 2 turns beyond Horses Rock are going to be the money for Tenchi Iwami.
So he's coming on 14th on the ranking for the Asia regional ranking right now. So this win will do big for him for sure.
All right, a 6.25 for Tenchi Iwami. That is the best wave of the final. Doesn't put him into the lead. He needs a 4.75 for that honour, but it does tighten things up very much. Still a long way to go. 27 minutes 40 to run. So the judge is enjoying those 2 bigger turns. Kian had the 3 turns on his opener, but it was a bit of a smaller wave. And, finishing inside the rock, whereas Tenchi put the foot down, skated past the rock, and then banged out a couple of big blasts after that. So 6.25 the result for the Japanese surfer. He's only 18. Where in Japan is he from?
He's from Chiba area,
Yep.
but he spent a lot of time in overseas, just practicing and competing in US and Australia as well. So he is very experienced competitor at his age.
I saw he spent a lot of time on the Gold Coast through their glorious run of waves earlier on this year. So not a stranger to sand bottom right points, and that has showed in his performances this week at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Here goes Tenchi Iwami sticking with this one all the way through to the inside, and he is out of there. He's got a long paddle in front of him right now, so Kian Martin will have the lineup well and truly to himself. Tenchi's looking for a 4.75. Need to have a look at the replay to figure out how close the score will be, but plenty of time to run. 26 minutes 15 to go.
So where he's from has pretty much similar condition to this condition. He is from area called Shidashita, where the QS 3000 was held a couple weeks ago. And this area has a jetty on the right side, and the good right brake is braking. So it's kind of similar condition compared to this today's condition. So I think he has a lot of confidence with him.
Yeah, fair enough. We saw Kian yesterday talking about the fact he's from Bali, so when he's not surfing Echo Beach, he's chasing left points a lot of the time. He said it's really nice to go right for once. Tenchi Iwami, so his home break has a pier and a right running off it, so, not unfamiliar with these conditions. We see Kian doing the familiar hand flap that suggests there's jellyfish around. I surfed. You surfed as well? I didn't get done this time.
I did get stung this time, fortunately.
I put the vest on as a preventative measure, and I almost overheated and dehydrated, but didn't get stung.
So last wave from Tenchi, he was chasing 4.75, but just not enough. That was 4.50, just not enough. And just under 24 minutes and half seconds remaining.
Yeah, so very tightly fought tussle in the final. Kian Martin has priority. He's got a 6 and a 5. That narrowly puts him in front of Tenchi Iwami, who has a 6.25 and a 4.5. Expect those scores to keep building up throughout the remaining 24 minutes.
So Tenchi was surfing in the semi-finals this morning, and he said he didn't get any stung by jellyfish, and everyone else got stung by jellyfish, but he didn't.
Yeah, I can see Sarah Wakita out the back of the competitors area right now, having her hand attended to, which is vital because she'll be lifting the trophy very shortly. So you need to make sure the hands are in fully operational condition. She won't be happy though, won't be upset though. She's got $8,000 and 3,000 QS points to show for her week's work.
A lot of QSs coming up for the Asian region for the next couple of weeks. We have QS 1000 in Japan, and after that we have one in NIAS and one in Taiwan. So a lot of events are coming on the way.
Here we see Kian Martin. He's taking off. This is a good looking wall. Not sure what lies ahead for him. He's just working his way through the S-turns. Looks like a big section right now. Throws up the reverse.
Wow.
Rides out of it. Not done yet either. He'd love to get out in front, keep chipping away at this one and bank a few more little points. Here comes the end section. Look at this wedge running towards him. One turn and he is out of there. So Kian Martin, he's going to do the long run around. He will be finishing on the beach in front of Mumu's surf school.
That was great wave and great ride from the Kian. I love the first turn, but I really love the last turn. Air reverse. That will be his best score.
Alright, here comes the replay. So Kian Martin paddled into a good looking wall. Had to bide his time a little bit. That turn was great, through plenty of spray. Then he had to get the skates on, navigate the tricky flat rock section. S-turn, that was more of a setup to get here and do that. Throws up the reverse. And then he could have given up on this one, but he said, you know what, I think it might just run. And every one of these little turns adds a few more points. He got it, got the jam there. I thought maybe there might have been that wedge coming towards him where he could have done a little bit more, but obviously the wave didn't quite cooperate. But the judges are cooperating. A 7.5 the result for Kian Martin. And why not? That's easily the best wave we've seen in the final. 21 minutes to go. This is definitely not a done deal, but Kian Martin is extending his lead, giving some high fives as he runs back up the beach. And why not? The showman from Sweden, via Brazil, via Indonesia. He's showing some love to the crowd, and no doubt they're cheering him on as well as he makes his way back to the rock wall. You can see the intricate carvings there in that little temple that has a cave sort of hollowed out of it that has been very fortuitous for our cameramen who are in this beautiful climate controlled environment out of the sun. Kian Martin, 7.5 and a 6 is in the lead. Just over 20 minutes to run. Tenchi Iwami is lurking in second. He has priority. He's currently chasing a 7.26. But he would love to get rid of his 6.25 as his high score and really tighten this tussle up.
Here's a replay for the last wave from the Kian. This turn, I really love the turn. It's a pins out, big spray, and racing down the section. Navigating the flatter section, and now this is a money turn for sure. And he is not over yet. He's still trying to get one more in. Stick to the white water, comes out of it, and now going for the finish. And this wave gave him 7.50, the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, great surfing from Kian Martin into the lead. Well, extending his lead. 18 minutes 40 to run. Tenchiwami checking his watch, checking his forearms for signs of jellyfish-related damage. Looks like he's all good. He is a big kid. He's only 18, but he's big, tall, strapping lad, that's for sure.
His dad is really big. That's pretty much why he got that big body, and that's why his surfing is so mature. He's so powerful and so sharp. Just over 18 minutes remaining. Surfing red, Kian, 7.50, 6.0 now in the lead. And in second, blue Tenshi, he's chasing 7.25. And no, he's not going for it.
Here's Kian on the runaround. See, that's Momo Surf School in the background, getting a bit of water.
Nice caddy out there.
Like he's running a triathlon or something. That's the beautiful township in the background. It's fantastic restaurants along the front. I had a beautiful seafood meal there the other night in one of the restaurants, looking out over an amazing thunder and lightning storm over the ocean. Food is fantastic in the south of India. And we can see Kian and Tenchi shoulder to shoulder. Why not? There's 3,000 QS points on the line. And this is a very even affair. It is Kian Martin with the upper hand with a 7.5 and a 6. He will definitely not be feeling confident at this stage. He definitely won't be feeling comfortable, I should say.
I would say
16.5
so.
minutes remaining.
Tenshi is really capable of getting 7.25. There's a lot. We still have 16 minutes remaining, and there's going to be so many more opportunities for both of surfers. So well, look how close they are now. Kian is pushing pressure to Tenshi Iwami. Just over 15 minutes remaining. Surfing red is in the lead with 7.50, 6.00. Now here's a live action from surfing blue. Nice open face carving right there. And connecting the section, passing through the rock. Can he manage that section? He did, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer too much for more. He needs to get back up there as soon as possible. The last wave from the Tenshi, it was 2.75. This is not going to his top two scores. He is now chasing 7.25, and we are just over 14 minutes remaining.
All right, 13 minutes 30 to run, and it is Kian Martin with a 7.5 and a 6 who is in the lead. Tenchi Iwami sitting in second, 6.25. He won't be happy holding on to a 4.5. He currently requires a 7.26. One thing that we can all agree on, no matter the result in this heat, Indian surfing, a big tick of approval this week from everyone who has been involved in the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I know we came here hopeful of getting waves. Knew we'd have a good time and be well looked after, but it has exceeded expectations on every front. Here goes Kian Martin, 2 turns, good ones, pre-rock. Now he skates over past the rock. Will this one stand up and run for him? Open face carve, a little bit of a white watery section. This one stands up yet again. We're about to lose him, and he gives it a big rev up. And Kian Martin maybe suggesting he thinks he just got rid of his 6. Wouldn't mind looking at that wave from in front just to break down the finer points of that wave. But with 12 minutes to go, was that a decisive blow for the Brazilian Indonesian Swede? Let's have a look at this replay, Dyer.
Here's a replay for Kian. That's a nice looking wall wave. Nice four-star section and straight into the second. And passing through the rocks and flatter area. Now there's open face and big carve over there. Nice connecting turn. And it finishes off nicely, not over it.
Okay, here's the replay. Kian up and over that first section. Critical up into the lip. You can see the ridge coming through the face as the rebound from the rock comes into play. Does well just to skate through that without any issue whatsoever. Big carve back into the water, the white water, and releases the tail one last time. Very rhythmical surfing from start to finish for Kian. 11 minutes remaining, the judges having a good long look at this one. Every score is crucial, but in the final with 3,000 qualifying series points on the line, some scores are more crucial than others. You think that 6 of Kian's is going to be replaced, and there it is, a 6.85. So not a massive upgrade, but it does make things just that little bit tougher for Tenchi Iwami. So with 10.5 minutes to go, Kian Martin has a 7.5 and a 6.85. Tenchi Iwami's requirement just jumps up by that extra fraction. He is now looking for an 8.1, which would be the best wave of the final. And we know that he's capable of getting up into the excellent range. Both of our finalists have done it through the event. 10 minutes remaining. You feel like the waves are definitely not getting any worse. If anything, they're getting a little bit better. So we could be in for an action-packed 10 minutes. I know when we surfed, Di, the bigger waves were still kind of fattening out a little bit, not offering too much. There was just that little bit of too much water underneath them. But now, with the tide starting to run out, we're starting to see some of the bigger waves stand up and bite the bank and run off the bottom a little bit better.
Absolutely. You can tell that the tide is going out now, and just big long wall is breaking right now. Oh, here is another one for Kian. Nice open face, connecting chance over there, looking for something and chasing down the line. He went for the air and he rides out of it.
Well, Kian Martin is in the rhythm and feeling it here at Mahabalipuram. Another air reverse. That's probably the 3rd or 4th he's stomped for the duration of this event. He took off on that wave and it didn't look like a whole lot, but you know when a guy is feeling it and they can just sort of bend the wave at their will to do whatever they want, and he just skated across a few little sections seamless carves down the line. I really like that one high rebound that he got. This is the replay. He took off. It was a bit of a double up. It had the local weather pattern that formed off Hawthorne's Rock. This carve was cool. He got super high and vertical, nice and tight, close to the curl, and then it ran down here. He got the section, threw the tail out, and turns around and says, "Are you not entertained?" as he kicks out on the beach. I would imagine he'll paddle back rather than doing the runaround. This will be a great angle. I really liked that turn. That was crisp. And again, having to get over that sleepy section and then up into the lip. Nicely done by Kian Martin. Look at the wave behind. That had a bit of a section on it as well.
That was a great wave from Kian.
Now, wasn't the biggest of waves for Kian, and he did get it quite a way down the point. Had a lot of drama, very entertaining, had the big finish. Will the judges take the bait and upgrade his 685, or will they say, you know what, didn't impress us that much, buddy. You can wave your arms around as much as you'd like. You're not fooling anyone. And low ball him. 7.5 minutes to go. Well, it might be the former more than the latter. A 7.2. So not Kian's best wave. That's still his 7.5. But little by little, he's upgrading his score with every wave he takes off on. The requirement for Tenchi Iwami now up to an 8.45. So Kian Martin has not taken off on a dud wave across the first 28 minutes of this heat. He started with a 6, his second wave was a 5, then the high scoring 7.5. He upgraded his back up to a 6.85, he's just got rid of that with a 7.2, and now he sits with a 14.7 total with 6 minutes 50 to run. Tenchi Iwami now chasing an 8.45, and really he's only fired the 2 strong shots. The high scoring 6.25, his backup's just a 4.5. He needs to get moving with 6.5 minutes to run.
Wow, Kian is really on the rhythm. He didn't waste any of the wave. He only got lowest score for 5.0. Other than that, he got 6s, 7s. He is on the rhythm. Now, here comes Tenchi. Nice full section. Can he make the finish? And he did.
Oh, big finish from Tenchi.
That was really, really big finish from Tenchi. He's chasing 8.45 to go to the lead. Here's a replay.
Okay, so we see him take off in the whitewater. This is similar to what Kian did on his last wave. That was a great first turn. Strong surfing up into the lip, and that was right in Kian's face. He did well to hang on there and project out in front with the late foam climb and the big finish. So he was playing catch up for a lot of that wave, but he did really well to keep projecting into the whitewater and somehow coming out in front. That was a regulation turn. That was a bit of a foam climb. And then this one, he was in a bit of trouble there and somehow managed to project enough to get back out onto the open face, and then the big finish. All the points for the wave will be on that turn that we just missed. But Tenchi Iwami, anything over a 6.25 will put a smile on his face and will reduce the 8.5 requirement. Kian Martin is back in the takeoff area with 5 minutes remaining. He naturally has priority. Judges have got a lot of thinking to do about this last wave of Tenchi Iwami's. You know that his 4.5 is long gone. Is it going to be Tenchi's high score and narrow the gap between him and Kian? I would suspect so, but the judges have the advantage of looking at everything from front on with their own 2 eyes as it happens in real time. They can pick up the size of the wave a lot better and give it a better reading before they look at the replays that are the angles that we see. There it is, Tenchi Iwami. That is his best score. It's a 7.55. It's actually the best wave of the final. So he's not in the lead, but he has narrowed it right up. He now has a 13.8 total and is chasing a 7.15. So this final is not done yet. Kian Martin is in the lead. He'll be confident, but not comfortable. He's got a 7.5 and a 7.2, but now Tenchi Iwami has a 7.55, the highest scoring individual wave of the final. He's looking for another 7, a 7.15 to put himself into the lead. Kian would love to use his priority, cash it in on a really solid wave and bank something in the excellent range to really grab this one by the scruff of the neck. 3.5 minutes to go. A very evenly fought affair. It's come alive on the strength of Tenchi Iwami's last wave, a 7.55. And gee whiz, Di, what are you making of this?
Well, he's back in the game, just over 3 minutes remaining. Now he's chasing 7.15, and it is a big score, but still he is very capable of getting that score, and he just only needs to get the right wave, just like Kian gets.
Interesting that both of them on their last wave, so Kian 7.2 and Tenchi 7.55, they took off in the whitewater.
True.
You know, they realised that maybe anything you do before the rock isn't worth that much, and it's just a little bit of a chip shot, and then you skate across the flat section behind the rock, and then you know, if you can do it well, you set yourself up to power straight into those turns down the bottom of the wave. Look at them, shoulder to shoulder. Kian Martin has priority. He's not going to let Tenchi Iwami out of his sights because he knows that Tenchi is very capable of a 7.15. And on the other hand, Tenchi Iwami knows that Kian is very capable of getting rid of his 7.2. So these guys are not going to let the other take off on a wave without them having a say in how it plays out.
Last three waves surfers getting is more inside waves, and now they are all up to point.
Okay, we're inside the last 2 minutes. 1:50 on the clock. These guys could paddle halfway to Pondicherry at this rate. Hopefully the current's backed off because it was super strong when we were there, which told us that the tide was still coming in. Now that the tide is draining out, maybe the current's reversed a little. 90 seconds to go. You also want to conserve some energy because we have seen plenty of leg burners ridden this week. You don't want to gas yourself paddling around in circles playing cat and mouse with your opponent and then find yourself all out of legs when you finally do get the opportunity. 1 minute 10 remaining. Kian just backs off a little bit. He's happy to let Tenchi take the inside position because Kian has priority. So it doesn't matter if Tenchi gets to the inside and takes off. Kian's allowed to drop in on him. And these guys are heading to sea. That Red Bull buoy out there is not a priority buoy, although it almost looked like it could be. All right, we've got some drama. Tenchi Iwami, has he sold Kian Martin a dud, or will Kian Martin add to his two-wave total? 2 turns and he is out of there. So priority now flips over to Tenchi Iwami. 30 seconds to go. He's got the opportunity. This wave opens up. The first 2 turns are good. Big section, cracks it and gives it a big fist pump with 20 seconds to go. Tenchi Iwami is feeling it. He thinks he might have done enough. Kian takes off on the wave behind. Not sure what came of that. We'll need to catch up on it with a replay. 10 seconds to go. Wow. That will be the last of the action. The judges have a decision to make right now. The two guys give themselves a little bit of a handshake and a high five. Kian Martin, first turn was good. Second turn wasn't bad, but he is out of there. It's not going to go into his top 2. Then Tenchi, whitewater takeoff. Big section right now. Bit of a setup turn. That was a nice carve as well. And in front of the rock, threw it up into the lip. Plenty of drama. Stands tall out of that one. And wow. Tenchi Iwami is looking for a 7.15. This one is well and truly in the hands of the judges. Time has elapsed. Tenchi with his head in his hands. We've got some home judging going on there. The notepad comes out. Someone's writing down the scores.
That was a very interesting ride from Tenchi. I love the last 2 turns. It was really tight section, but he just managed to get 2 turns in.
Now he's praying. He's giving thanks for the event that we've just had, and you might think that he's also asking for a little bit of help from upstairs.
Well, judges are looking.
Oh, so last score for Kian was just a minor 0.65. We actually got a 3.15 for the turn, and then it was just the one turn, and then the 0.65 as he made his way into the beach. Tenchi Iwami is looking for a 7.15. It's an 8.75 and the win for the Japanese surfer.
Wow.
He's done it on the strength of his last two waves. Kian Martin led this heat from start to finish. Tenchi Iwami has dropped in the winning score after the hooter goes, and it is the best wave of the final by a mile. Kian Martin couldn't have done much more. He took off on a wave with about 40 seconds to go, basically to keep Tenchi from going. Kian's wave turned into a 3. Tenchi got an opportunity on the wave behind and has turned it into an 8.75 and banked 3,000 qualifying series points and $8,000 by becoming the first ever men's winner here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. It's been an incredible week at Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu, in where else but India. And there is Tenchi Iwami. So a Japanese Quinella. We saw Sarah Wakita take out the women, and this is Tenchi Iwami getting chaired up the beach. Victorious in India. He salutes the crowd. What an incredible moment for the young man. He's only 18 from Chiba in Japan. He's got a big crowd around him. His boys will be firing. There was only 2 Japanese surfers left on the men's side of proceedings today, and a lot of the squadron were at the festivities last night with the local band Rum and Monkeys playing, and there is Tenchi. He's going to go over and have a chat with Dai Wacko, who was sitting next to me a second ago. He's disappeared. Hello, True Starling, you're back.
I know, I'm back in here. I thought, you know what, there's no one better to do it than Dai, to go and chat to Tenchi, and, you know, be able to speak to him in Japanese as well is really amazing. And how was that clutch finish from both Tenchi and Kian? I mean, what an amazing final that was.
That was, incredible drama to the very end. And, we did see the handshake between Kian and Tenchi on a wave as they made their way in. Good little bit of sportsmanship between our two competitors. Commiserations to Kian. He led from start to finish, but unfortunately it was Tenchi Iwami who did the damage on the last wave of the final. It was that one right there, an 8.75, a huge score, and you just know that he was feeling it. Then you have these little moments of doubt, and then the moment where the score is read out and you know that your intuition was correct. And Tenchi Iwami is our champion here in Tamil Nadu for 2023. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a chat with the victor, Tenchi Iwami. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way after this quick break. Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Crispian's here, True Starling there. On the beach, Dai Wacko is going to have a chat with the winner of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Take it away, Dai.
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
とてもエキサイティングなヒートで最後残り1分切ってのあの1本逆転しました。今率直なお気持ちを聞かせてください。
もうすごい嬉しすぎて、あともう本当最後の逆転だったのでもう興奮しすぎて今もう何も考えられてないです。
He's too excited for the words right now. ヒート中こうアンサーバックをしながらの戦いだったと思うんですが、最後の1本乗る時のその時はどういう考えが頭の中にありましたか？
もうその8点最初5だったじゃないですか、ニードが。その時から僕はもう絶対出せると思ってずっと待ってたので、1本 7.5 出してで 7.1 だったら1本乗れば絶対出せると思ってたので、もう最後の波パドルした時はもう集中多分すごいしていてあんま覚えてないぐらいです。はい。
じゃあもうあの瞬間にはもう絶対出せるっていうのが自信あったでしょうか？
はい、もう絶対出せると思って乗りました。
So he was chasing 8.5, 8 something, and he knew that once he gets a wave, he knew that he gets a score. And on the last wave, he doesn't remember anything. He was that focused. では、もうたくさんの方が多分今見て、喜んでいると思います。メッセージの方お願いいたします。
今年前半は全然勝てなくてちょっと期待に応えることができなかったんですけど、ここで優勝することができて、で QS3000 ポイントゲットできたので、ここから勢いで勝ちたいと思います。そして応援してくれてた方々ありがとうございます。初優勝することができました。これからも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございました。素晴らしい人ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Dai Wacko, and jubilant Tenchi Iwami, the big 18-year-old from Chiba in Japan. I did say the heart was with Kian, but the head maybe thought Tenchi was definitely a chance. And for 35 minutes, it looked like Kian had this one in the bag. He did everything right. He probably had to catch that wave to keep Tenchi off. He had priority. You know, you can't give your opponent a sniff. There's about 40 seconds to go. Kian took off. The wave fizzled out, didn't turn into much. And his heart would have sunk when he turned around and saw Tenchi paddling into... It was an opportunity, let's be fair. It wouldn't have looked like, okay, that's definitely the score. Tenchi had to surf it and earn it, and he did just that.
Yeah, 100%. I think that may haunt Kian for a couple nights. He was literally 30 seconds away from, I believe, his first QS win, especially at the 3,000. 3,000 points is a huge amount, especially when you're coming off the Challenger Series and needing to re-qualify through the QS. But nonetheless, the second place is amazing. But what an amazing performance by Tenchi, really coming back in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so of that final. And the composure that he had, and especially on the last 30 seconds, the fact that he was so focused, he knew he was going to get the wave. The wave just had to come. That confidence within himself was just, shows a true winner.
Yeah, this week was a free swing for Kian. He was at Huntington after surfing at the US Open on the Challengers and realised he could come via here, and all of a sudden flights were cheaper, and he thought, surfing in India with my mates sounds pretty cool. I might go and do that, and has surfed his way through jet lag and jellyfish to the final. So plenty of pride for the lad from Echo Beach in Canggu. But there can only be one winner, and this time around it is Tenchi Iwami, 18-year-old from Chiba, banking 3,000 QS points. Everyone here wants to qualify for the Challenger Series, and 3,000 points is a big step in that direction. We've had an incredible week here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. These things don't happen without the help of lots of sponsors, so we need to thank the TT Group, the Jawa Yezdi Motorcycles, MRF Tyres, Chola Insurance, Red Bull, the City Union Bank, Marmoris Beach Lounge right here, the Chariot Beach Resort, who've been our hotel partner for the week, Coca-Cola have been a drink partner as well. And massive thank you as well to the Indian Surfing Federation. All of the crew have just done a body of work to pull this together. It's exceeded everyone's expectations. We all came here hoping for the best, not sure what we were walking into. We've had fantastic waves. The hospitality's been even better. And here's hoping that the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open is a fixture on the qualifying series for years to come.
Absolutely. The whole event has just been insane with the waves. I feel like the last 3 or 4 days have just kept getting better and better. And to show up today with the swell increasing a little bit and then going on hold for a moment to allow the best conditions for our finalists, and to have both Sarah and Tenchi taking out the event is insane. And you know, to be the first winners of this event in India would be pretty special as well for both Sarah and Tenchi.
Absolutely. Best of all, we finished a day early, and I would imagine that all of us are going to be surfing our brains out tomorrow because the waves here are that much fun. We've had an incredible week in India. It's the first time that the WSL has come to India, and it's fair to say that it's been a massive success and hopefully a forerunner of many good things to come. True, you're about to take off and go on a holiday with your mum all around the country and explore. Look forward to seeing your photos from the Taj Mahal and Agra and everywhere else. On behalf of True, your sister Jessie, Di Wacko, myself, Chris Binns, thanks for tuning in all week. Shout out to Sam Norwood and the broadcast boys next to us for making this happen. Everyone from the WSL in the Asian region and a lot of guys from the Australia, Oceania region have come out as well. Ty Surati and his team, thank you to everyone. We're going to throw to a big highlights package of everything we've seen this week, and we hope it excites you as much as it does us. This has been an incredible event. The Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, the first time that the World Surf League has come to India, and it's been fantastic. So thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you back here next year. Over and out. Enjoy the highlight show.
and the man who makes all of this happen, the vision to make all of this happen. Please put it up for Mr. Arun Vasu over here. What we've witnessed was extremely special, and I'm so glad that we have everyone over here today, as we have Mr. Arun Vasu with the welcome address.
Members on all the dignitaries, welcome. What a epic final, guys. You know, firstly, I mean, I know the thank yous will come later, but I really will start by thanking the Tamil Nadu government for really readily accepting to sponsor this amazing WSL event. And then to all the surfers from, I don't know, 10, 11 countries that accepted our invitation to come here. I know a lot of you had your doubts. First time in India, a lot of you had never been to India. But I hope now with what you've seen and the hospitality we've given, I hope you will tell the others and come back in a larger form next time. Yeah. But thank you for being here. So I don't know if a lot of you know, but I'm half Swedish. So I had a bit of a favoritism out there in the water. But, but what a show, guys. And congrats to the winner. That was, you know, we've seen this, you know, over the years, WSL live everywhere. But I never dreamt to actually see it in my corridor here. And it's, you know, we get, all of us are very overwhelmed, goosebumps. But it's been a fantastic event, a fantastic week. And one of the things I want to say is we've, with WSL and SF5, we've had a lot of discussions. And we are happy to announce that, you know, we've come to an agreement of offering 6 Indian surfers and men and 1 woman surfer in some of the Asian WSL events. The event they won't be paying anything for the entry and insurance and all that. But I'd like to thank Ty for agreeing to this. Of course, the other details, you know, we'll have to go through with SFI and come to a final conclusion. So I'm going to stop with this and let the others say a few words. But thank you once again, everybody.
Oh, surfing just gets better and better in India. Now, the man who has brought this over here, Ty Sorati from the WSL, with a few words.
Hello. What an event. What a finish to such a successful event. The waves just got better each day that we ran. I'd really like to thank the Tamil Nadu government for supporting this. Yeah, thanks. And obviously like to thank SFI for putting in a lot of hard work. These events aren't easy to run, and you guys have done such an amazing job and welcomed everyone here, so thank you to SFI. Thanks to all the athletes who came. There was a good turnout in the end, so thank you to all the athletes. Thanks to all the staff who have done an amazing job. Yeah, this event has been so great. The conditions, I didn't know what to expect when we came, but the waves here have been amazing. It's world class. Like, we can't wait to come back again next year. If you guys will have us, obviously.
All right. The good thing is the people that can make it happen might happen to be in this room. Thank you so much for those words, Ty. Now, one of the greatest fielders of all time and one of India's favorite surfing enthusiasts. And we couldn't have asked for a better brand ambassador, could we have, guys? Give it up for John T. Rhodes.
Vanakkam, again, thank you, the dignitaries here on my left and on my right, and the athletes. The support has been incredible.
people kind of ask, why would a cricket player be involved with the Surf Federation in India? You know, I can probably catch a cricket ball now after a 35-year career of coaching and playing with my eyes closed. 20 years of surfing, I still can't catch a wave like the athletes out there. So to the men and the ladies who have shown us what is possible here in India, that's incredible. The fact that we not only that we hosted a WSL QS 3000 points event, but allowing our athletes, our men and women and young girls as well, and young boys, to not only surf against and compete with, but learn from such incredible athletes. That, I think, is such a massive stage for us to take surfing in India to the next level. And it's been a huge team effort, and I'm always excited about something taking place in India, because when you have growth with this sort of coastline and population, the growth might be slow, but once we get going, it is exponential. So I cannot wait, and hopefully the event will be here next year, and we are going to blow the WSL organizers, that will blow their socks off just by seeing the improvement in our athletes, because we can't really improve the structure, can we? No, it's pretty much perfect. Well done, Arun. But with regards to the athletes who have benefited from hosting this event, I can't wait to knock your socks off. Not me personally, but watching the team do that next year when we have another WSL event. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming. The support's been incredible. Thank you. India, Nathan. Cool.
Always lovely to hear words from Jonty Rhodes. The enthusiasm, the passion, just unbelievable. Now next, I'd like to request Mr. Atulya Mishra, the additional Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, to say a few words. And guys, please give it up for him, because he's a very, very instrumental figure in making this happen.
Dignitaries on the dais, the President, the Grand Ambassador, the Chief, my colleagues from the government, the District Collector, the Member Secretary, all the surfers who have come from all over the world to our Chennai and to Mahabalipuram today, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here with you. First of all, I would like to acknowledge I'll acknowledge and thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who had supported this event, who had been through Government of Tamil Nadu, he gave 2.6 crores for this event, and this event was made possible here. I would like to thank my Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, who had inaugurated this festival, who had inaugurated the competition, and who had ensured that you have all the comforts available, whether it is required from the law and order side or from the civic amenities. The District Collector's presence here itself says that the entire government machinery has been with you for all these 3 to 4 days. And first of all, again, I would like to convey that the man who made this possible, Arun Vasu, he made this entire thing possible in Mahabalipuram, in Tamil Nadu. Today, with pride, we can say that India has hosted WSL 3000, and we are looking forward for WSL 5000. And in the first edition itself, we had 15 international surfers. We had 11 countries representing. We had 20 wildcard entries from India. And the thing which has happened is that now surfing has become our own sport, sports of fishermen of Chennai, of the people who have been living in and around the sea. They are doing so much, so well, both in national level and also at international level. And I congratulate all the people of this area who have made it not only comfortable for the teams to be here, but have participated in full vigor inside the sea and outside the sea. So I thank the entire community of this area who has made this very much possible for all of us. So once again, I would like to congratulate the winners. I would like to congratulate the people who have been runners-up, who have participated. Only seeing is believing. When we came to see this sport, we realized how tough, how difficult, and how much of mind maneuvering you have to do surfing. So once again, thanks to the organizers. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atulya Mishra. Now, the moment that all of us have been waiting for. The presentation of the awards. And for the presentation of the Women's Awards, I would like to request the Member Secretary and CEO of SDAT, Mr. Meghnath Reddy, and Mr. Rahul Nad, the collector of Chengalpattu district, to give the awards. Now, before we give the awards away, a quick word on them. They are Thanjavur art plates. They're extremely beautiful. They started coming into creation in the 1700s. They're a big part of our tradition and our culture here in Tamil Nadu. So we really hope that the winners and the runners-up enjoy them. And the runners-up for the women from Japan, Shino Matsuda. That was an incredible effort from both athletes. Came down very much to the wire till the end. And the winner, also from Japan. Please put your hands together for Sarah Wakita. Yes, the beautiful Thanjavur art plates will be proudly put up in your homes in Japan. And everyone in Tamil Nadu is very happy about that. Congratulations once again to the winners. Now to give away the prizes for the men, I would like to request Mr. Atulya Mishra, the ACS, Government of Tamil Nadu, to please give away the prizes. It was an absolute nail-biter, wasn't it? Came down to the very end. Commiserations in one sense, but also congratulations because you've had an incredible week. All the way from Sweden, the lone Swedish warrior out in the water. Please put your hands together for Kian Martin. A fighter till the very end, and an incredible battle he had. Yes, certainly heartbreaking that, but heartbreak for one in sports is usually jubilation for another. And with that incredible performance, the courageous performance, came down very much to the wire. At the very end, the last wave he caught, we couldn't have asked for a better finish here at the WSL in Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. From Japan, Tenshi Iwami. Love seeing that sportsmanship. Yes, can we have all the winners and runners-up on the stage, please, for a few pictures? Could I request the dignitaries to please be a part of the pictures as well? What a special picture, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the runner-up, Shino Matsuda. The winner for the women's, Sarah Wakita. Kian Martin in the men's, the runner-up, and the winner, Tenshi Iwami. Historical first WSL in India. What a special day, what a special moment.
Can we just have just the winners, please? Sir. Just the winners. Come, sir. We just do with the winners, sir. Okay. One sec. One sec.
Again, incredible performances out in the water, not just today, but the entire week. From Sarah Wakita, as well as Tenshi Iwami. Incredibly lucky we are here in Chennai, in our backyard, to witness absolutely world-class surfing. Shino Matsuda and Kian Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for our athletes, for our surfers, for an incredible week of surfing, the best surfing that India has ever seen. Now, of course, we know that none of these events could happen without an absolute army of support behind us. We've seen the dignitaries, and to deliver the vote of thanks, please do stick around for this. A very special vote of thanks will be delivered right now by the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association's Nawaz Jabbar.
Check. Hello, everyone. I have a list of people to thank. I'm just going to read out to make sure I don't miss any of them because they're all equally important. Can I have everyone's attention?
Could we have everyone's attention, please?
First and foremost, I'd like to thank our Honorable Chief Minister, the Minister for Youth and Welfare and Sports, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, and the Government of Tamil Nadu. Thiru Atulya Mishra, Additional Chief Secretary, and Thiru J. Meghnath Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary, SDAT. Can I have everyone's attention?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have your attention for just a few more minutes?
Thiru Rahul Nath, Honorable Collector of Chengalpet, the Tamil Nadu Police and the Coastal Police, the village of Mahabalipuram and the Mahabalipuram Panchayat. TT Group for their commitment and unwavering dedication to pro surfing in India and putting it on the world stage.
Absolutely.
WSL for giving us this opportunity to hold this world-class surfing event, and to their entire team for all their support this week. Thank you, guys. All the international surfers for coming from their respective countries. We hope you've had a great time here and enjoy our Tamil hospitality. Sea Breeze Hotel and Marmaris Beach Lounge for this fantastic venue, hospitality, and the outstanding food you served us this entire week. SFI and TNSA, without whom this event wouldn't be possible. Java SD Motorcycles, our title sponsor, for believing in us and supporting us for the second year. Give a big round of applause, guys. I'd like to thank our sponsors, SCORE, Cholamandalam, MRF, Vidium, Martin Group of Insurance, City Union Bank. Our event partners, Coke, Thasya & Co., Chariot Beach Resort. Our medical partners, Chettinad Super Specialty Hospital. Thank you for being there on call. My fellow colleagues at TNSA and SFI who have worked tirelessly to make this event a great success. Thank you, guys. And this one's special. Last but certainly not least, to Rajiv and the entire Center Court team. And thank you everyone for being here, for making this historical event a memorable and unforgettable one. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Nawaz. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the prize giving ceremony. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for your support. And you have witnessed something very historic. Congratulations once again to the winners, the runners-up, and all the participants here at the WSL in Chennai. And we're really looking forward to the next edition already. Thank you everyone.